Is it okay if we record the teaching today? Okay if we record the teaching?
Yeah, it's okay. 산지 조서 지구 동산대로. 산지 조서 지구 동산대로. 순동을 언제 쓰래? 여름에. 잠로 지구 동산대로.
We can do the refuge prayers. Yeah.
Do once in Tibetan, twice in English?
Yeah.
So we'll turn to page 4 in the book. And we'll begin with the opening prayers, the altruistic motivation. We'll do these twice in English and then once in Tibetan as it's labeled. All mother sentient beings, especially those with
Obstructors who harm me, those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and our missions, may they experience happiness, be separated from suffering, and swiftly establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious Buddhahood.
all other sentient beings, especially
Those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, those who create obstacles on my path of liberation and our missions, may they experience happiness, be separated from suffering, and swiftly will establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, precious Buddhahood. Tarba Adam Je Jeme Bardu Juba Cheva Tam Je Gizo Jebe Manam Kadanyam Sem Je Tam Je Dewa Tam Deve Dhamma Tam De Unyudu Meba Yanda Barazo Bejan Yore Che Tobaraya.
action bodhicitta prayer. Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind.
Until death, I perform various deeds with body, speech, and mind. From now until the time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind.
Yizongge wala ko ma she bardo luma yizongge wala ko tu de reine sonde nyama santa damje bardo luma yizongge wala ko.
We take refuge in the kind
Group teaching, ladies Lama. We take refuge in the deities of the mandalas of the Yidam. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dhamma. We take refuge in all the noble Dhakas, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians, possessors of the final wisdom.
we take refuge in the kind of Lama and the people's life.
We take refuge in the deities of the mandalas of the Yidams. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sangha. We take refuge in all the noble Dhakas, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians, possessors of the eyes of wisdom. Nama Nama Gyalzo Chewo Idam Kingoro Kyalazo Nama Gyalzo Chewo Sanje Chomden De Nama Gyalzo Chewo
Tambe Chu Nam La Job Se Che Ho Pao Be Ke Du Nam La Job Se Che Ho Pao Wa Kan Doi Chu Chu Sung Me So Ye Chen Dan Den Ba Nam La Job Se Che Ho.
Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all. I take refuge
in the Dharma, and likewise the assemblies of the Bodhisattvas, as the precious Lama in mind, and possess the Bodhisattva's path. I too, for the benefit of all sentient beings, give birth to Bodhicitta and apply myself to accomplish the stages of the path.
until I attain the heart of enlightenment. I take
Refuge in the
I take
refuge in the Dharma, and likewise in the assemblies of the Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas embraced the enlightened mind, progressed on the Bodhisattva's path, I too, for the benefit of all sentient beings, give birth to Bodhicitta and apply myself to accomplish the stage of the path. Tengdo Jie Lo Sangye Namla Yabzo Je Chuda Janju Sembai Sola Deje Kyabsu Je Chetara Tenge Deshe Je Chanju Tune Jevata Chanju Sembe La Bala Teda Rem Shene Vada Deshen Dola Pendondo Chanju Semne Juje Je Deshen Dene La Bala Remba Shindo Lopa Yi.
Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, mandala. The mandala, yeah. Okay, no problem. Okay.
You want to show up?
No.
Okay, before Khenpo Molam grants us teachings, maybe I'll say a few words. I think everybody most probably know who he is, but just want to make a brief introduction. Khenpo Molam studied at the Changshupling monastery for 11 years, which is the main seat of our Drikung Kagyu lineage. And then he taught there, has been teaching there for the past 8 years as Khenpo. We are very blessed to have him here today. He was invited by the White Lotus Center in Rochester. And then in the past, Khenpo Molam has traveled extensively in Southeast Asia, countries like Malaysia, Singapore, Taiwan, and across Europe. So we are really blessed to have him here at the invitation of Khenpo Samdrup. He was born in Tibet in Nakchuka near Lhasa. So thank you so much. Just such a brief introduction. And I just want to say I've been forced to try to translate and I will make many mistakes. So forgive me. I'm here try to help. But I know I'm not really qualified to do that, but I will do my best, and maybe Khenpo Molam can sometimes speak in English directly. He's thank you.
Tamge doje shaje razo do shenje mendo doje bonjo ba sarche lomo tawore jebe shaje jarbo shabla koi jam se tat thomal tela chamalola ngadu tele ta 있는 삼리슈야이 네 딱 다른 데라야 가상탄 예자 어리나 축수 용번하지 네 가상 따뜻하게 콘슈베나인 켄포 삼로기 축수스 용로 지선 가나번하지 인터넷데라야 축수스 잡리 시라기 나랑올라 때 가고총송 때 장소 난초라 토니에다 dumba yongke tzoya dis jige pentona ko dreg diba dosre tin du zane ene shira ko chonsons.
I'm very happy to be here at the invitation of Khenpo subgroup. I've been up in White Lotus Center in Rochester, and having this opportunity to be with you and to try to benefit your practice, to be amongst the practitioners here. I'm very delighted and happy.
ata trenga zo chu sheya de ene chunju ke ta dudong ningbon ro ji shi tom na song song ke mo sam ro ti ji du ta nga zo chunju ke 나도 저거다 장조 샘지고 바로 되지 뭐 저거들이 어디 디고라다 가지고 안도르두지게 휴야 캠페송 슈기.
So as per Khenpo Samdru's suggestion, I will endeavor to offer a brief teachings on the 6 prajna paramitas and bodhicitta, and then on the essence of the bodhicitta virtue.
어떻게 인도다 남배 추게다 닝보 산지지 공방 톱지기 중모마데 다 장조 샘스니에 차요리 된도다 장조 샘스니에 오늘 랑기 유라 에네지게 좀마모이바 제비나 되네 산지지 공방 토비아스니에 다니고 엘레라보치네 산지지 공방 토비오리 되네 이두자네 다 되네가도 장조 샘지 고르다 저 파로디 침버 저 냠내지야데
So therefore, as practitioners, one is able to attain Buddhahood. The essence of the Lord Buddha's teachings is for one to be able to attain enlightenment, Buddhahood, and it is through the development of the bodhicitta, and understanding these 6 prajna paramitas is a method of attaining that goal of enlightenment.
Tenduda Jadang Chanju Sem Sinye de Anganazo Majon Namkin Tadanya Besimje Tamji and the Sanji Kompan Gogo Sambe Loji Yungyorite Chanjo Momba Simchi Slaviori. And the Tichidu Lunga Yizom and the Gevalan Jogbatella Juba Simchi Slaviori. Chidu Zanata Tin Mombatan Jubani Yamne Chivina and then Tarsanji Kompan Tobiate. 고 중모도 송든 디비토비아 임바 아네 고 태존메버지 차디오리 드네 이두자네 다 드네 글로데 땅아도 단다 장조 셈데 로존 지비가 민주자네 신의 양고요리 로로 공고요리 공고요리 뭐 드네 제글다 토글샤네 용고요리.
Therefore the motivation of the Boddhisattva ideal is to include all sentient beings. The fervent desire or the prayer motivation is to pray for the enlightenment of all sentient beings through the practice of the body, speech, and mind. So if one is able to have that kind of a motivation, that ideal motivation, altruistic motivation, then there is no doubt that one can be successful in achieving the goal of enlightenment. And through the practice of like shamatha, the meditation, etc., then one is able to achieve this goal without a doubt.
어떻게 인도자네다 저당 하나 좋다 단다 보유게 남베 땜반데 냠레친게 마체슈데 다 되고 전부 샤타리 특징 그래리 저당 그 특징 신인데 에네 심장 탐지기 돈다 두den게 로비아게 dumbayonke 에네 심장 탐지기 돈이야 in the samlota denke ti ton la lagla tar denke jegla tikwa chimbo slab yori
issue. Therefore, generally speaking, Tibetan Buddhism is part of the Vajrayana vehicle or practice, and the heart of the Vajrayana practice is the main motivation is to benefit all sentient beings. The liberation of all sentient beings. That's the heart of the Vajrayana practice.
Tindudzane, Tanganazo Tikwa Chembo Shata in Sondudzane, and ta Kayinimiki, the Tikwa Chembo Chigoyate, Kechembori. Tenekiga Chilola, the Tikshan Yin Dondo Chine, Nang is similar, Randon, Janja Dobina, and Tikshan Chayo Mare, Tikwa Chembo Chayo Mare.
Therefore, a Vajrayana practitioner is a true Vajrayana practitioner is one who is genuinely engaged in the liberation of all sentient beings, is a genuine practice of bodhicitta, not just outside, the outside appearance of being a Vajrayana practitioner, having all the different appearances, but inside lack the virtue of altruistic compassion, the main quality of a Vajrayana practitioner, and then it is not right.
Tinduta Tanangazo Le Tambobe Kansata, and Chanjo Sem Gomishimba, that Susuki with Janshan Indu, and that Chanjo Sem Shanki Jula Tambojeala, Logongo Yori, Nyamlechi Goyori, Jandarchi Goyori. What in Duzaneta Tela, Tamboji Gomiak Nalola, that Tapshi Yashote, and Simchen Tamji La, and then Maibate Hako Goyori.
Therefore, as a practitioner of the Vajrayana, one has to.
Mahayana is it?
No, maybe he said instead of just saying Vajrayana, it's better to say Mahayana. As a practitioner, then one has to truly develop the bodhicitta. Where is we have to generate for the bodhicitta virtue to be born. One has to then meditate on it. One has to learn to practice and develop it. So there are methods to achieve that.
다 섬진 탐지 마이바 하코네 에너로 나로라 랑크셈 나로라 다 망원에 이바제 하코네 녜시지비나 근데 된제 그 마데 단데게 첸디 그 마타 찍고 인도잖아 섬진 탐지 에네 섬진 탐지다 랑크 마데 찍고 인도네 팬토야게 섬로데 용구요리 어때인도 다 장조샘 깨야게 돈달라 담보지게 섬진 탐지 마이베 로데 장 마이베 두시테 곰 에네 로로 곰이나 근데 장조샘 깨야라 레라고 차디요리.
So the first one method is how to develop bodhicitta is to truly develop the realization that all sentient beings are mother sentient beings. In other words, we have to strive to develop this motivation or realization, thought process of all sentient beings are like your mother. So if one is able to visualize the love of the mother and have that kind of a motivation, then one is able to then, it makes it easier to develop this quality of bodhicitta.
어디 인도전에 다 장조 셈승년대 천이 오만로지 제비나 근데 섬진 탐지 산지지 공방 qo야게 되는 로데 다 닝게 전부 꾸는랑고요리 닝게 흉 전부 제그 꾸는라네 섬진 탐지 로봇이네 산지게 살이야 지야 녜치 인섬섬것 다 원하데 단다 컨디스지 인스 저는 누버면도 슬라운도 근데 다 나상 얘기 인생의 섬도 고요리 제단가 수수 닝게 되게 섬진을 섬로 따네 셰럽 섬로 따한 제때 산지지 공부 톰도 로트 제고요리 딩이 요비나 되는 장조 셈게 뭐부터 딱딱 내버리다.
So one is able to reach the essence of the bodhicitta is through the development of great compassion for all sentient beings. That is for the liberation of all sentient beings. And through the generation of great compassion and transcendent wisdom, then one is able to reach the essence of bodhicitta.
어떻게 되다? 전에 소소 상지지 공방 톰도 요바. 심전 담지 ene dunga 전도 요바 로티 니조소. tindu tsane ta samje tamji donga le dal gona sa je go yor soso sa maji mina samje tamji yung mar ina ya ta je ngara zo pinja nyendi lungbo chungchung na lo mi ja ni je tene phe to to ya je mi chu chu na tene phe to to ya tene yor tene sa maji ji par do ene samje tamji phe to to mare tindu ene samje tamji phe to ya chi do tene soso dambo sa je ya thonda la ta chu do ge ba do go yore esa je tsarwi hyugla ya en chona ge samje tamji phe to to yore.
Therefore, if one is able to succeed in one's practice, one is able to attain liberation or enlightenment. When one has achieved Buddhahood enlightenment, then one is definitely able to benefit all sentient beings. Otherwise, it's really limited to your immediate circle, your family, or in a small community.
어때 인도잖아. 다 된대게 로지 지응도 다 소소상제 고요래. 소소상제 차를 휴글이야. 섬제탐지 패도 또 비오리. 된도다 소소상제야라 담보 되네 장접샘 냠래 된 로고요래요. 다 냠래 컨디션은 섬제탐지 마이바 마징초이바. 되는 가서 다 마이고에 좀 생각하잖아. 가서 콜바테 토마요 말해. 단답버도 다 깨와지네 깨와지 융도 에네 단데 마나기 깨왕고 말 마제 요리 디제왕고 말 마제 요리 디제왕고 말 마제 요리 저다가 되네 야리 장가 지위나 투야 요 말다 조야 요 말에 콜바 토마 요 말바 텐두 심제 탐지 나라도 마치 마뇨고 심제 강제 요 말에 마이는 인지 민지 쳔디그 마이 인그 말에 지다 제바레레라 마레레 요르와 대참만 나라도 마장자래 텐두 수수 아마데 거디침부 히오지르와 근데 단대 아만디가 거디나 이 심제 탐지 요두 에네 심제도 진침부리동 에네 아마텔링에 틸렌제고 삼벨로테 냐버도 제고요다 니버데.
So second is, for example, in the worldly context, in this lifetime, each one of us has a mother. So we are truly, truly grateful and indebted to your mother because of all the love and all the things that your mother has done for you. But in the context of no beginning, from the time of samsaric, no beginning, there has been mothers. All your past lives, the lifetimes, one has had mothers. Therefore, we have to visualize and realize that to truly liberate all sentient beings, one has to include all sentient beings. There has never been an instance where one has not been one's mother because of limitless past lives.
어때 인도자네 딱 마대 공고요리 딱 마 곰두자네 에네 직심체 담지 단단가 조양 까브레 카시라 다인반다고 카시라 녀인반도 제 요리 이나 단단 멋진 디나로라 다인케던조 제와 오말라 파마리 단단 드주게 파마 나이 제와 오마달라 에네 파마 이두자네 에네 심체 탐키라야 다다 녀게 추그리미바 차마 징총지게 고네드네 두시트니게 고네 공고요레 달로 공고요 조.
So the main practice is to meditate on the mother essence, which represents, as said earlier, that all past lives, countless past lives, every sentient being has been your mother. So we have instances where in this lifetime sometimes you see someone as an enemy, opposition, somebody as, you feel one with, but in the ultimate sense, we should not have any discrimination. We should have.
어디 인도자네 단 도나 심견tam기 마이 바히고 받았지 마이 바히응도 다냐 초리게 예바 미바다고 받아 니 되는 마 던조 참말로 까디 첨부 효지 단대 센디기 마 까디 첨부 이바나 이심녀 탐지 까디 첨부 인도 텔라야 당에 칠렌제고 삼베 로테 제고요리 까디들 칠렌제바.
So one has to then develop this motivation to repay the kindness that, like our own mother in this lifetime, we are indebted to your mother for all the kindness. And one has to really develop this deep motivation. Similarly, for all sentient beings, that I am indebted to them for their kindness. And therefore, one must really develop that motivation to develop bodhicitta.
Tendu tat telen delaya jeya mambo yori. Tendu tat telen yakhyo ten je go yori ngazo. Ene jetang saya tungya jik segu neme junor penjo robo chibate telen jebate ri pendo yori. Tende ki robo yang je go yori. Nyamsa tenzola. Ta yakhyo de kare lama ene simjen de tsama lola 제 란도르 기니 미히덴게 gewa drobata magiwa pangma he denken changchang chadiore tene induzane ta susuke nambe chundela lobjon yabo chene tene susuke nyender zaheda rangken zhawa yojo ene ta samchen mi kres choro pen sutogno telia chok landor ki net tenko yori tendu gewa drobtan magiwa pangtang ke nelok te temina tene chorang kita amatanzu chenenje tobori.
So, when we say, how do we repay the great kindness of your mothers of the past lifetimes? Of course, one can repay, like for the food and shelter and upbringing, but the most excellent way of repaying their kindness is to understand and study and practice the Dharma. And one doing that, one through the progression of the understanding of the Dharma, one is able to then mitigate the negative virtues, negative actions, causes of suffering, and to develop virtues. So that would be the best way, the supreme way of repaying the kindness.
어떻게 인도잖아요. 배나 따치랑게 올모톤라 쟁니스 밀러 미마보지 바고셔점의 띠발레 에네 바로 듣지 뭐 조그 꼬라 약보직 소소 장네 에네 미 마보지라 따미 ngapchuchukchukla pa shishabina ta dola tontra mabutribale tane te pendo chigri ta gunmo tontra chegni stivina ya khashitivina ya ko pechu tansadu dagana zo sabare ene che tulo khashinyo khala khashi sabina zondogori tendu ta parchi chog korte mi en jongni hu chig labshabina konzuge ya mi jongni hu chig 대점도 맞이 디기 미망보지 봐 찍찍 추시 대시바 좀 많이 봐 에너지 추 개버 드롭타 먹기버 빵타 되네 되네지 미망보지리야 펜토 손도 전에 되네 따쳐나 골모 똥타 망보지 발에 수수 퍼치 쪽이 내수 약보지 장 엔테파 밀시비나 에네 랑 마이 트네 손도 봐 심chen 펜토로야 어떻게 이주잖아요 냠래게다 초도 저번도데 심chen 아마도 펜토야 그 용어마 터도게 되는 챌린지야 돼 초해야 란도르키니 돈야 어떻게 차디오리
And for example, if one gives like $1,000 or $2,000 and divided it among 50, 60 people, what happens is that money has a temporary benefit. It, they may go shopping, they buy food, clothing, but at the end of the day, it's finished. But if one were to teach, say, 15 to 20 people or 50 to 60 people, the ideals of the 6 Bhajna paramitas, or how to develop virtues and how to abandon non-virtues, then it really, truly multiplies. You have the multiplication kind of thing. They, in turn, will teach other people and then truly develop the most excellent way of the Bodhicitta, which is the most excellent way of really repaying the kindness of Mother Sentient Beings.
어떻게 인도잖아요. 산지 좀 된데 상지네. 되는 심지에 담지라 주노르 벤조고 로바치가 산지에 펴요 말이. 산지게 주노르 벤조 심지에라 띠요 말이. 그래서는 디게 내갑지 그랭리아 강에 시토버스마도 제탕 코르베게 동ар 사마로 시토비요 말디. 디누 산지게 주노르 벤조르게 심지에라 로바 마지에 준센테리. 때마도 산지를 닝기입니다. 장초샘에 버티 말이. 근데 타르도 동아 대학 돈달라 에 산지게 담보 와란나슬라 산지네 니마십지 시르구지엘레네 초 넘버시 초중 콜로도 꼬리 다 디게트는 섬냐 담지를 편도네 다 단다 남바 같소 요비나데 산지 찍는 그 거리를 와 때는 용교를 제단가 산지게 초해야 돼 동안 타달을 빠양기지도 초때리 마도 산지게 윤노르 벤주 니마타 마시바타 마타마데 이렇게 말해 된두 초 수수 냠내지네 희위는 다 밀라고야 돼. 다 섬체 아마도 진행지야게 탑이 약쇼대 차요리.
Therefore, again, the best, the most excellent way of repaying the kindness of all Mother Sentient beings is to follow Lord Sakyamuni's teachings. For example, the Lord Buddha, upon his enlightenment, did not grant worldly pleasures or goods or rewards to practitioners, but rather for 49 days in Varanasi, he taught the ways of being free from samsaric suffering. That is his main teaching, his gift. And we call the turning of the wheel, the Dharma Chakra, turning of the wheel. And so understanding this, what the Buddha taught, understanding and meditating and is the greatest way, is the supreme way.
어떻게 이두잖아다. 따뜻한 것도 장초샘 거리 이두다 장초샘 신예데 조보다 대제라 미유된지 샘 고요리 따스미게 탐지 산제지 고마고야 어디 미유인도 다 따스미게 탐지 산제지 고마데 나조베나 에네 저게 윤노르 벤조 마보로버치네 산제지 고마고 돕고 말해 에네 락천로 찍지네 산제지 고마고 돕고 말해 나도 모자다 남르다 텐데기 나로라 로네 산제지 고마도 돕고 말해 다 산제지 고마 섬제 탐지 랑카 아마텔리아 로버치네 네 산제지 고마고 고두자네 다 탐람 야효데 담보 수수 초장 에네 됐음냐 참아노라 다 땡야들이 초셔야들이 초땡고야들이 에 권하조 냠내 지용도 되는 라이기 산제지 고마 톱로 요리.
So therefore, there is no wealth or there's no passport or permit, or you can't have a vehicle, say a car or an aeroplane that will take you to liberation, to enlightenment. But rather, one is able to achieve enlightenment, to benefit, but the motivation, main motivation is to work and practice for the benefit of all sentient beings, the enlightenment of all sentient beings. So therefore, if one excels in one's understanding and practice, then when one achieves enlightenment, then automatically you will enable others to do the same and benefit.
어떻게 인도잖네. 다 산지기 초대 멜시고야 수수장고 담보다 계시유도 수수장고야들이. 네, 저게 산지기 초대 다 자체부 땡사보. 오늘 지 region 현다 추는 만잡아. 산지기 초대의 자체와 땡사바제 잠블랭간 region 요 말이. 잠블랭나로 region mambo 요르테네 텐디기 region 된 직텐디기 region 스린 직텐디기 region 때 차차 미하고 토버지리. 다 산지기 초대 직텐디 때라 때네 저게 장더 키움도 전에 때는 사 마제지 파트 다 차마지 하코도야 가고 자디요. 가보람나 하코 동계 요 말이. tendu san je go na ta jikten di ki nam she le deba jikten le debe yishe ti gyul je garwa yishe ti gyul je ne tadong be de jangdar chi ne de san je sa thok yo re tendu nambe chu de jege nima rere ni re jangdar chi ba tan dawa rere ni re logic ni ki jangdar chi ba sam ji ko ne chasan she tung ka mare 어디 인도다 텔라 제게 리용 자침부터 땡서부 인도잖아 론론 다반다바 장다르 치네 에네 고 tum제 곳에도 통용리 근데 통도 에네 수수샘나 냐마디비치네 에네 미수도 수토위나 과갑 거두라위나 다 추히고야 다든 알아서 랭게 특별전부 메인 코딩게도 랭게 차요리.
So it is the responsibility as practitioners of the Mahayana vehicle to realize, to aim to achieve the transcendent wisdom, the ultimate goal, because Lord Sakyamuni, Buddha's teachings is extremely profound. It's very, very deep. And one cannot understand or fathom his teachings by studying 1 or 2 years, 1 or 2 days, but one has to study for years. The goal is to become a practitioner, to develop the understanding through consistent effort and through practice. And when one is then excels in that, then you have truly the ability to enthusiastically share, not to keep it to yourself, but the knowledge and realization that you share with others as much as possible. So that's how you benefit.
어디 인도잖는다. 야 가시지게 기와 고마고마도 추야고 줘. 산지게 추던 티. 단 대베 멋지 망보지 그러는 냠내 진용게 되는 요비나. 에 단다지게 레라오치는 고발량 토비야. 에네 레라오치는 장조샘도 줄이게야 되는 용구요래. 다야 레 담보방 뭐만이나 되네 담보지 닝지 전부 줄이게고야. 참보 전부 줄이게고야. 되네 신의 장조샘 줄이게고야. 되네야 요래. 어디인도 다 간단 도나 저게 담보 저게 남의 추대 다 로브존 야보지 체네. 에네 곰냠래 간도고 요래. 산지 좀된 데게 에네 추냠래 지단들이야. 토바 삼바 곰바세네. 말송 레데 요래. 디나로라 담보데 토바리.
지슈 같은 거. It depends on many lifetimes. For some, it's easier to understand, even to develop bodhicitta, to have a quick understanding, absorption of the teachings, depending on many lifetimes of merit, past lives. For some others, it's harder. But the essence is that one must strive, to understand the Lord Buddha's teachings.
어떻게 인도잖아요? 다 단다 공도 주변나 이체. 에너지게 산지게 추대 다 담보 토바대 지구리 토바스럽도 다 라마 기베신냐 자네 저 촌냐들이 때년에 뒤통다 차차지 수수 고소미나 다때 셈나로라 삼바티 지고여레 수수 양양 딱지지네 간데스 냠내 지도 간데스 장다 지도 때네테 수수 셈나 타초 소미나 다때 숨바데 곰들이 에나 곰제고여레
And 당부 두 번째, So the three ways is first is to listen, to listen, hear the teachings from a qualified master. Second is to understand the teachings. And the way to understand the teaching is to study and analyze the teachings to have a deeper understanding. And then, then the third is to learn to meditate, do meditation. Earlier, Rinpoche said that for some practitioners, due to the merit of many lifetimes in the past, it's easier to develop bodhicitta. But then some others, it's then easier to develop compassion, loving kindness.
어때 인도잖아요. 다티 юм생 가르슬라비나. 아니 토바당 삼바니 ngolo 마소미나. 근데 곰데 야고스 용구요 말이. 곰생이 되버지 용구요 말이. 곰이야 제 공도 되네 수수 배제 간라 나동데 시다 마시에 손도 되네 제 곰 나로라 레비아제 메조도 차드네야 디스 제게 편도 메조 누버 메조 되네 장게 마부 요래 야 초로 록다 쟁게 되네 요래 된두 담보 토바지 삼바지 곰바지 고요래 이는 곰스럽도 인지 민지지 리보고다 작보고다 되네 지금 메메시 롱번 로고야 기요 말 가두 인장고 곰 요요바리
So therefore it is really important to understand the importance of wholeheartedly learning, listening to the master, listening to the teacher and observing that. Secondly, really to understand, to go in depth and analyze and understand the teachings. Otherwise, your progress of meditation, your actual meditation, will be hindered without these two first steps. Sometimes a practitioner comes to a point there is no, bridge to nowhere type of thing. It doesn't seem to move forward at all. There's no progress in your practice of meditation. And even some points, some people even become non-believers because of that. So this is really important, these 3 points.
어디 있는 전에 단 남배 추대 산지게 때문에 나나주 그름바 신냠내 제베나 다 편도 누바 고 유유바리 다침부 유유바리 에나 수수 냠내 여보지 치탕다 장다리 여보 치탕 마시비나 에나 가브레데네 대송 효우야더니 용구요래 어디 인도잖아 담보변나 에나 저게 등상매 망보지다 상아 그 추데 도나 쇼지 요래 착신다 쪽신도 도나 요바 tene chige denyi ku korta lam ramba shintun roya ke ena salam korta zo jandan me jibiche sanga gan hop ka chon ro ke tene duwa dendu ta tanzu tis jandar chidang shune driyo mare
So earlier, I missed one, which is said that one doesn't necessarily have to go into seclusion or in a cave to practice. Your meditation is here now. One can meditate where you are. And he said that if we follow the way of the Buddha, as shown by the Buddha himself, it is extremely vast and profound, tremendous. The answer is there. That's very important. But nowadays we live in a time where people are fascinated or drawn to the idea of Tantriyana, Vajrayana, Chakchen and Dzogchen. They want to jump right away into this kind of higher Vajrayana practice.
어때 인도 산지 좀 되게 담보 점로네 체 에네 두반 소타 요로와 소타 두반네 장 디젤 장샘장 에네 디젤라테네 이게 상학 넘번 로고요래 다나 이 형배션 로지 장이나야 테네 두베 코르체 소타 두바테 체 테네 즉 좀다 치다마바 도대바 섬점바 오마바 에네 자가 좀더 쉬어요르바 좀더 쉬대 야고 장네 디제라 tena sanga ka chogang la ya jangdar chiwi na ta jangdar chitang tsengi denpa chigda chumzhe nuba tonya yujo ke jangdar chitang tan royo re lobchon chitang nyamne chitang tema to oma da samzangba chumda danzo ma jang nuba dang changsam tindri shira ma jang ane hop ka sanga kan chongwi na ente nuba shira tong ma re la ane nuba ma tong sondu zane tena rang ke
So it is not coming back to this point where people want to jump right away into the Vajrayana practice. And then when one is not successful, there's no fruition in that practice. It is not that there's fault in the teaching itself, but rather in your own disposition. And the step is one, as the Buddha taught, as first just like the refuge, and then studying all the different philosophical aspects of the Vinaya, and truly developing, the Boddhisattva ideals that he talked about, and then one receiving the vows of the Vajrayana practice. So in these kind of graded practice, this is the way one will find success in one's own practice. This is the way, the gradual way, step by step, to have profound experience of Tibetan Buddhism.
Nanjola Jango Yori Atemato Cheke, Tene Cheke Pecha Yabo Jang and the Peche Tona Yabo Go Matsoina, Tene Gom Jamna, Nubashira Yung Kumari Pecha Jangi Jangi Pena Demba Hik call Yabo Chik Jane and the Shesomina that Demba Hik call Gom Divina, the Pepeto Chimburi. Nga do do che le denji ko la thoba che e ningo jablo la demba hi ko gomi na ta ko gom sinye de khadu yin thosam gom som nyam don do ya yo cha dio re wodi ndu zan ne tre che be na de nyam na ya ta ba che cha re a te ma to thoba che da ma ji be che che de ne gom ja 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 ya kin du ba de chi be na de ne 주 맞아 야보서 마토 비나든 총작신 도 되더라고 말와 대나 이리 빼자 야보토 nye 마지미나든 고미야라고 말해 고미야 말아 손도잖아 대나 제 문베나 디데ጆ로 차는 거래 대디디도 에는 누가 통야 요 말해 어디도 다 토성 공som 지야 돼 좌탄도 돼 드리스리.
So therefore, as I said earlier, listening, understanding, and meditation. These are the criteria, and it is like a business person can't do business if he doesn't have the goods to sell. Likewise, if one does not fully comprehend and understand, like for example, the Four Noble Truths, if one has the genuine understanding, in-depth understanding of those, even the Four Noble Truths, you have that understanding, say for example in the morning, then in the afternoon you practice meditation, then there's real fruition in that experience, in that practice. Otherwise, if you have no understanding of the Four Noble Truths, but you contemplate and meditate on that, then there's no result.
What the Jandar Chine, the Sanjik Sungram Nano Yubana Yinta, Zobusim Jetamji, Mai Batanji, Niman and Nima, Dawan and Dawa Lon Lota, and this Sam Nano Gongo Yori. And the mad and the Samalo challenge you go to Zane, and that teaching Yahute, that Chushiatri, Junor Binjo Tilete, Jeta, Gori, Nyam Taba, Neba, and then Junor Binjo Major to Robert Chegri, Inaya, Pento Chihute, Jachihute, and the Landurkini, Giva Dibani put the Yavachene, the Gate Pala Dutanka Korea, that Chushiate, Pento Chihuri, this Muyukine, and the Suzuki Nambicho, Yabuji Jang, and the Milipa Laviata, Samatangri.
So, as said earlier, again, from day to day, from month to month, from year to year, every time one has to be aware to benefit all sentient beings through the understanding and practice of the Dharma. That's the greatest way of repaying all mother sentient beings of the indebtedness of their kindness. And that is the most supreme way. Yes, you can benefit by giving charity, food and money and medicine or whatever, these kind of worldly good deeds. But the greatest is to teach through your own realization others how to develop virtues and how to abandon non-virtues. That is the greatest way.
Odereta Chanju Sem Nazo Momba Semchitan, Juba Semchini Yorba. Or Tini Geta, Yamne Chetan with the Karasanata, Zobu Chanju Semin Yamne Cheta, Chiate, Joe Matoke Yomare. Paru de Chibato, Seniors Dua, or the Parchito, the Yamne Chivina, and then Chanjo Simba, that one Chanjo Simbeke, Labja, Chanjo Simbeke, Lanetariate, Parchito.
So now we have, when we talk about the development, is bodhicitta is the aspiration and the two levels. One is the aspiration and the other is the action. So the greatest way to develop is through the perfection of the 6 Prajnaparamitas.
Ta tambo te ngaso nyamle ki nalo la le tambo pe kansa ta tanda nyamle chi choya chigla tene jimba teri jimbe paro te jimba tande yakbo nyamle chi thomna tene ta paramita slabdu jane paro de jimba slab yorwa paro de labdu khurwe ke paro nyande ji komba la de lagla ta na yungri slab yore wote hindu jane.
So the first of the 6 perfections is the perfection of generosity or jimba, and this is of course, for the aspiration to realize enlightenment for all sentient beings. So generosity is the beginning of bodhicitta. So that's the first perfection.
Oda tenu tatalaya sansangi jimba, tene chuji jimba, minjik bachab jimba sene jimba tala som yori, tatangala so laktar chigo yori. Ta sansangi jimba slabdu zane, ane chege gunor benjo roba chiyate sansangi jimba. Ane minjik bachab jimba slabdu tati cetar taya. 나 속이 년가 유조도 로봇이야. 안에 꼬마다 작파. 안에 최다매 두루의 견생인 기과 유조 섬견도는 진소 로조 집어달라. 민직 뭐 잡지 짐바스럽 요리 되네 다 타마데 숨바데 되네 추지 짐바들이 다 추지 짐바럽도 랑기 시베 추데 셴라 발라바텔라 추지 짐바스럽 요리 어때 디솜데 냠네 집이나 되네 짐베 바로 집바 차요리
So one is able to achieve the perfection of generosity through 3 levels. One is like the worldly level of charity, giving alms and charity to others in need. Second is to free life. That is, free the life of animals, free the life of the beings that are suffering. And then the third is developing as earlier said, by giving teachings that you have learned through your practice.
어때 인도다 조보케 유ring 나베 네바탄 되네 타르보 넬레베 롬보 사자다 밀레 유미족 미텐데 다 던조조고 김바당이나 폐용 제바 누바 제바 에네 소소케 저 족보당 자히 지부로 족보지 디비나 그 장조선 녀네 차요 말이 랑게 년지 빈자 텔레 샹자지는 족보지 버와 팬도 요도 요르네 장조선지 랑랭 고마도 차요 말이 장조선 슬럽도 랑게 단대기 빈자당 현다니라 예와 미버지 pen susu pinja je nawata ngochun mehi mini nadiona ninja kangeyona dini la gurma ja ninja kikba robo chibina chancho se nyamla chagayore temado susu pinja de gurma ninja sti me henda de gurma ngap chusti bina te chancho se nyamla chagayomare.
So therefore for example it is said that if one is able to help the sick or help a stranger, then it is of more benefit. If one is able to if one is concerned and is just helping one's own family or friends, of course there's benefit to some extent, but not as much as you would help a stranger or somebody who's truly need that is outside your immediate family. So if one is able to help, say, if you have $100 rupees and you give equally to a stranger and to a family member, now that's an act of true generosity.
어떻게 삼나시네 제고요리 된두다 가도 지게 산제지 공방도 거두 되네 다 마제유지 그 산제게 거디라 삼로당 에네 섬제 거디듯이라 마데데 정도 오수요리 된두 아나도 산제지 공방 토비알라 산제다 섬제 닌자로라 거디 빼쳐버리 직발해 산제게 람땡요리 섬제게 람테 랑레 따사테 차요리 근데 심지 추는 매위나 김바탕사 요마르 소박 곰사 요마레 된두 심지 까디체 뭐이바다 장고요리.
Therefore, usually we are very grateful to Lord Sakyamuni Buddha, the Buddha. We are sort of turned on towards that realization of the Buddha, but we forget sentient beings. But actually speaking, both entities, the Buddha and sentient beings, are equally we should be grateful for. Because if there is no sentient beings, mother sentient beings, then there is no object of where your practice.
어때요? 다 산지게 마 까디 첨부 컨디션나 김바탕 그래 수점송 그래서 막 땡기요래 소바 공그레스 순거래 대까지 첨부 빼래 나라도 하고요 말 받던조 하장까지 쯤보래 다 심지어 미비나 임버술을 땅 그래 소버술을 공 그래 산지라는 가서 임바 땅 거야 미 근데 산지에 걔는 가서 컨트롤하고 야는데 된두다 심지어라 때네 근데 임바 땅야 추정송야 소버곰야 어때 윤두자네 다 유심견에 때네 가서 산지지 고모토비야 그 주트차가 요래 된두자네 산지의 심지 니냐로 거기 침보임바 공고요래
So therefore, it is important to meditate on the kindness of both the Lord Buddha and sentient beings. It is due to the kindness of both, because the Lord Buddha does not need is not an object for generosity. He does not need that, or kindness or patience. But we develop those perfections because the sentient beings, because of the entities of the sentient beings that need to perfect these virtues. So therefore, both the Buddha and sentient beings are equally object of our realization of kindness.
onda tende ka di chimbo indu zane ta jimba ta tang ko yori tende jimba tang be kap su tene ke ge su su meng nya da ya bo chagri samba ta ene mau bala tene chu bo chagri samba ta ene che chima la chu bo chagri samlo ta ne jimba tang bi na nor bare tende 랜다 나밀을 해와서니들이 대 장접 선밖에 차가 요 말에 단다 군모 쭈티비나야 때라 마오발라 랜다 나미 닌자 제바 메조지 고요래 다 코나 펜성 코네케 수수 군모 쭈티버를 때나 가시 섬노당 그래 소 군모 야락 탑텐데 징게 요래 근데 단다 짐바 땅할 때는 마오발가 추부차 그래서 짐바 땅게텐데 요래 다 된소 장접 선비 꾸노 말에 돼 저는 단다 김바 땅에 평용도 초란 조금 말해 삼로들이 땅거 말해 나 뭐버 추부 차그래 삼거네 땅이나 누버친 줘야 요 말해 에네 디섬로 마타미 좀전에 되네 저나 뭐발 추부 마차에 좀전에 요 말해 대도 꾸노데 에네 수수기 땅년다 다 추부 차가 더날 땅이나 노버래 대도 전에 랜드 나미 닌자 레바 메조지 김바땅 거야 돼 산지게 송 오마도 쳐요리
So the Lord Buddha's true teaching is that when you come in context to the generosity, it is very important to not to give, not to be attached for like self-recognition. Your generosity should not be attached to future rewards. For example, if one says, okay, I offer $10 and then I hope I will reap $100 from that. That's a wrong attitude. The supreme teaching of the Lord Buddha in this perfection is to expect no reward, to expect no return or recognition, but complete motivation to help others, and that is the true spirit of generosity.
오다 드네인도 다 짐바테 조게 펜도 체슈테 에네 짐바탄시 유테 다 네바 섭체 에네 사야동야 메조 냠타케 미 에네 야 저기 곰바탄 추초 된조래야 에네 초베케 주도 짐바탄 푸위나 다 펜도 체슈 된조 차요리.
So the best way of being able to benefit through generosity is to offer help to the sick and to the poor, and to make offerings to Dharma centers and monasteries, because then your generosity is truly multiplied here. So that is the best way.
Tene cheke junur benjo shuk chenpo yongken yoina yang je lungpa tang jekab tenru roba chi tongke tenre yore. O tenru yona da ko la ma ko barwa. O te indu ta tenri chong ina ko lenda nami ni le reba ma jabe tola ya. Ene roba chi ne jimba tang ina te chona la peyon ta nilon sumno ke che yore. O te indu tsa ne tenre ki gulon tola ta nyamne nima re re shi che. En junur benjo mi na ke yo mare. Sanjege yobina tangre sunore mivina susu je yochu penna gurma jama to mivina ti nano la gurma je gimba ta shan de yorta chuna matana te chor pesha ragya shira yo mare patawina gimba tawina chor ragya ko tender to thare otindu ra sonam je cho cho no re ra gewa sonam je cho cho du tena junor benjo mambo ragre na shen la pema bu to tu gri ta yang kai shi ji san na jang jang ji ne so de ya nyar de ya ene de ji ngo zo chen de ma ta ba yin du za ne che ti ke ma na ji junor benjo chama la ene de le ya ji nian di pa ma ya bo da bo ja ke na do o zre de mi bi na mi ma bo ti tong da la chung zhen xiao ene de ji ching yan zam le ga ma bo yo re de ma yang wo jie gu yo da.
So, therefore, of course, if one can help a country, some, countries can help other countries in a big way. Of course, it is beneficial. The generosity level is all dependent on oneself. It's not so much as the monetary, but rather the motivation. Say, if you have $100. And you can afford to offer $1 in the true spirit, then there is definite merit, and there's merit to to develop the merit for yourself and to others. But for example, there are people that are very miserly, or people who are, what do you call it? The word. Miser, right? Hoarding, greeding, hoarding. They accumulate all this wealth, and then their wealth outlives their own lives. Stingy, right? And then they pass on, they die, and they leave behind all this wealth. And then what happens is that usually there is more suffering and more chaos than there's so many people are fighting over, over the wealth that he was so stingy and was not able to share. So those are the examples. So one definitely the way is to, when one is alive, to help the poor, the needy, the sick, the stranger, and then making offerings to monasteries and retreats to multiply your merit. So that is the way of generosity, is true spirit of generosity.
Otin da sanje ke keba chimala pento shibiko pento ngone gobina tanda tsende choto yatari ta junur benjo dezo tanda ngazo jimba tang choba pui tende majimi na onmo bomta mangbo yomina hibe kopso pen to yo mare te jacha jari ta tanda ne je jimba tang choba pu hyala roba chi chavina ene keba jemala soso ta solle chochore pulong de jipare tanda michir gorma jaya yo na 다바 제만 솔냐 초초로와 어떠나 이차요래 대인도 다 단단가 저 제바 제만의 팬고나 첸델라 초조비야 참반닝지 김바타야 어떻게 했지 모래 배나 산삼라 무지로 로바데 찍버리 단단의 김바타 수렴성 샤비나 제가 제만 렌초초 요리 배는 전에 봐 치지다 샤쇼 제컵 로고이나 에네 배샤데 산삼의 지워 말로이나 제컵 디난 로고 말봐 가서 우조 장난 로고 말해 때나 이 단단의 김바동 추점소 뭐 맞이미나 10에 값서 때네 팬도 요 말해 팬도 맹고 노바 요래다 준어 변조 뭐 보이나 에 심마도 지는 디가는 샘 차네 에네 강이 동안 마무직 양기 요래 다 단단의 팬도 하시면은 10에 값서 솔로 지는 로고 요래 텐도 산지게다 단다 고급 요배 값서 에네 추냠네 야고 지선의 양양 송고야 좀 세들이
So one of the main reasons why the Lord Buddha had emphasized repeatedly to practice now by listening and understanding and meditation, practice the Dharma now in your life, because it is the greatest investment at the time of death. At the time of death, say if one has all this wealth, one has not been generous in your material, in your spiritual, then one passes at the time of death, there's chaos, there's suffering, there's attachment, there's confusion. But when one has been successful to practice generosity, the true spirit of generosity, without any kind of self-recognition or reward, if one has done all the other generous acts, especially spreading the Dharma, then at the time of death, that is the greatest benefit. It is like, when you're traveling, or it's like a loan to yourself. You loan somebody money, but then you will get, you can count on that. It's like in the bank. It's something that you really can count on because of the merit of your generosity, subsidiary action while you're alive.
나도 장조 선바 이랍 수수 이 동도 미레 랑도 수수 이 동도 들이 지그러와 딱 뭐네 장조 선바 생이 된 바이나 되네 루 론초 게차 좀보테 다 셴라 땅 고요래 대땅 마토비나 에 장조 선바게 맹땅 마토 맹감물이 마토 돈도 되면 장조 선바 차요 말이
So one has not really truly a bodhisattva. One is truly not in a way of bodhisattva way. Just by saying that, if we lack what you said earlier, if we lack those practices while we are alive.
제단가다 루다 론초다 게차 숨자로라 땅통kenki 미요비나 되네 장조 심바하스네 다 맹생이 되바지 자요레 땅아도 심킨 수도 수이나 되네 루다 론조 게차 숨부티가나 현차제네 에는 콜발라 콜로요레 통마들이야 당지쇼 침부직지 마렉바티기 당지쇼 침부 디왕게 되네 랑초라 차 현조라 땅 에 착단이지 가는도네 되네 제바 제글라나 양창 코르베나나 제바 니라나 양창 코르베나나 어디 용요 된도 된들로 땅 토비나 에 장주 선바 생이 된바 아 따때 원에 제게 민동 총버스리 따때 단다 가도 용구 말했더니 간달 가도 곰고요래 제단가 단다 김바네 지 추점내서 나름바 신도 냠레데 집이나 에네 로카히 다바카히 에네 로망보 텐디 제레데네 장조스바 차시그리 생이 되면 장조스바
So yes, the root causes of being not a bodhisattva is self-grasping, having the me and other, the dualistic idea of separation of me and others, not being able to achieve the true spirit of generosity through one's body, wealth, and benefiting, others. But if one truly makes an effort, then through months and years, one can reach that perfection of a genuine Bodhisattva.
다 루 론조 다 등산야 저게 장조샘 평온다 누버들이 고응도는 가신야 로시다 마장을지네 장들시다 마지비트네 에네 즉루 땅게 된데 요래 깜바 짐바 땅게 라고 짐바 땅게 로바 닝 쳐봐 되네 뒤땅 짐바 땅 휴글이야 조버게 된게 Tendin jobajiene, tene yang ko peyong le nobachiba tendi yunguyori. Ta susu kangla lo nying changsom kandi jimbatang wina te joba mebaji malebji parto lu jimbatang ya te nga chari. Tambu lonchu te chakatang sanna mebaji tang top. Tene di jele tene lu le shancha chun mebaji 수수 루다 현지 루니를 예와 추는 매조제 차 되니까 없었더니 루지 김바다 땅고요래 담아도 산지기 닝지 삼바 마다비 루드 담을 먼저 오송래 되는 랑글로데 야보지 장조선 줄이지네 에네 마곰지 버트 루다야 나타나 에네 조바지 록다지 노야 녀가요래.
For instance, in the body context of generosity, there's instances of organ donation, like one giving one's a kidney or some organ of your body, and then later have regret, remorse. Then instead of actually benefiting, it can be harmful. So to develop the right motivation, even in this kind of generosity act, is of utmost importance.
어다 되지. 근데 산지기 추때 다 냠내 지용도 빼 대보래 돔 대고 수수께 누벌라 빠베 추치야 요래. 자야 다가라 요래. 빼나 레라 쇼직 되는 수수 즉레 담보배 칸다이나 점로 곰대야 점로 즉 자야 되네 즉 뎀바니 그 뎀바 히그 고르자야 되네 즉 메기 주그 고르자야 되네 야 칼레 레라 워토 장 디제레야 다 창조 셈다 에네 돈이 그따와 당미 곰야 다르바 힌두 요리 다가나 이 임바직 땅이냐 천어 뺀조라 빠비 김바땅야 대마도 저기죠 산지기 김바땅이네 인지 민지 골모 야레 녀위나 김바땅 미초 선에서 해줘 지요 말에 대두 수수 골모 제 야나 골모 체카 야나 벤 칼라도이나 톨마 칸라 현티비나 데 김바차로 되네 되네로 곰솜이나 에네 타 참았다 도비약 누가들 거래.
So, in the amazing truth about the Lord Buddha's teachings, the most amazing quality is that the Buddha's teaching can be relevant to anybody. The Lord Buddha has taught the teachings that can benefit any level of mental disposition. One can practice in whatever level that suits one's mental, spiritual disposition. For example, one can just start and understand the refuge, or like for the Four Noble Truths, and all the different gradual levels depending on one's dispositions through many lifetimes, and eventually understanding the truth, how to develop bodhicitta, and then being able to absorb the profound teachings on the emptiness, the true nature of mind. So it just depends on one's own disposition that the Lord Buddha's teachings is relevant. So therefore, in the whatever capacity you have, you always have that opportunity to have the spirit of generosity. Whatever it can be, like you said earlier. If you have 100 rupees, it can be 1 rupee, but it is the spirit, the motivation of that generosity. It's not that amount, material amount that is, important. It is, you may have only a spoonful of food, but you share half that spoon. So that's an example. From that to the higher, to save a country, benefit the country, but it's always that motivation that one has when you're making this act of generosity.
ene nyamja kana komya chi inkalma nga jela kalma khashi chigla ya tbatene chiwina yagoyo sare samdu.
Urumichi says at this time, maybe for 5 minutes we meditate on the bodhicitta, and then after that we give some opportunity for questions and answer.
Tanga du kalma nga nalo la meditation chik samlo ganes panglama ta chanado cheta gomdis janyo yugiri ne nyamnyong theme te ndu ta tso de karsam dang sana simje tamji nge sanje ju komba ko tobya ke ane chanjo sem te nge ju la chik jebar hyo sambe samlo te zobo gom e digan de chanjo sem sinye de ta simje tamji pando tobya ke lakcha tap 어때 이점네 되네 뒤통라 냠버 샤쇼아.
No. So when we meditate, what should we do? How should we think? The main thought process is to benefit all sentient beings and to yearn and pray that may the bodhicitta virtue, the bodhicitta be born in me. May it be born in me. May it be a part of me. May this become like a weapon, a method for me to achieve, to benefit all sentient beings. So that should be the state of mind when we are practicing. And you all have, most of you are already doing this, but this should be the main state of mind when we do this meditation.
다 단다 kalmakashi komri ta chusu chegni is ngas ti korkeji shire ti du entigola ya che tolon da chwa khariyuna en da kalmakashi chegrela chwa na.
So we've shared almost a couple hours together with the teachings, and we have done some meditation. So we have a few minutes, and if you have, please, any questions, you want to share something, or you have any questions.
I have a question.
Yes.
Just give me a little bit about the difference or the gradation between aspirational and action bodhicitta in the context of meditation and practice.
The condition I use to the chill sway marvella than the bodhicitta.
Ala
Bodhicitta called the new sway the Muratavati. Yamlechi do the aspiration, the Bodhicitta Kanyurwa, chick, the Bata decol test sources, new
Jabla.
So he says he'll be actually giving that teaching in the after lunch. Yes. Mm-hmm.
And that is about in an act of generosity and giving, our motivation is even in tiny things. It should be the benefit to whoever it is where the generosity is to, as well as we should always keep in mind the larger generosity, the generosity is the pranamita. That it's, as we're doing this, we're also, it will eventually benefit all sentient beings.
My condition at the Imdula, the Pena Jimpatandu, Pena Krikatu, Tanda Mindavajina, that Robochis, you Chunju Ravjina, the Cheva Capsula, sometimes that chick bango to chick that tango never chick Robochen and this was some called or what. In a the Rangshinki and the nobody to Tamjil Pen to Warwest. Some wish that Tamotu and Nasi to take up there.
But that Chonanki Mova Signete, Kitchimburis, Mova, you almost Mova. Dedicate Signes Yorwa. Chonanki Michigla, Nebandota, Pangondo to Dichigla, Pesha Robotis Che, and the Pesha Chivatene, the Givate, Payon Nubas Yorwa, the Simcha Tamji Paton over show, some the Summer Tamina, Jaja Japatoris, Molam Tutsen, Sanjik Surs, Molam Senior, the New Chimbo, Nubachimbo Yoris. The Nichonang Movek and some Majavina, and then got under mid the Chiwichimata Payomato, Young Mares. What they do? What the kitchen which is.
Rabiji said that answer to your question is at the time when you're making that act of generosity to help somebody, at that time the dedication or the motivation is very important. If you have the heartfelt, deep dedication and prayer motivations to benefit all sentient beings, even in whatever act of generosity you're doing, that is of utmost importance. When you are in that kind of a frame of mind, then it's very powerful. Otherwise, if you're just helping somebody in need, you are just having merit in that instance of a generous act. It just benefits that, but without that total dedication and motivation and prayer, heartfelt prayer to benefit all sentient beings, then it's limited. So, yes, please.
Oftentimes when I encounter individuals who think differently than me, who I believe are engaging in activities that are harmful, I want to have compassion for them, and I do. But at the same time, it comes along with me thinking my understanding is greater than theirs. And in a way that, I'm better than them. And that's not helpful, so how do I work with that?
그러니 네 강연 네도 송도 다 잠잠도 메시지에 돼. 현다 다 그런 저 가정 것이도 되게 배나 룽아 이숨톤다 메게반 내가 망고 제 때문에 되지 잠잠 두고도스 디컵데 아니 그런 더지는 람사 가시오레 오 땅아래 나게시 뽑기 땅아래 섬주 디직 다 그런 콘솔레시다 야고유 콘솔레시다 차고유 안 바조디 교인 챔피언스톤 아래 나게를 지차 데시 차용도 디 교인 디 아니 답시 가르쳐야 할때 마용을
저노들라 자베타 남베추 나라 chanchosime nyamla nalola samlatanta tis marewares tisamlatanta ta ti khar tangrasana chorang tobo te tunzo leka dugja telaya chiyume kos nyeng jene konzo le leka teni chiju yomarse jumsen ne dong alpan drishi jayade chona lengeres temato nga kholi ya nga yabo ozi insare samina ete chanchosem tan gebe ke samlatanta sres tendu ti samlo kuno jorwa tanya 코나게 chona chokbotan suina tele nyingge gomne ta perna semje maboje so dengen dosina dikpa chembure sen drihi ja ene konsolia je geba tam mekibe kon drihi ja soso chokbo nyenken ina tende chiwna yago yores temado mingmo mehiba ta ya choro hyanda tende ina je tawa chudon ramada chine ya kontrol do ta ya da notu mo yong sigris tende la ya yomores 소소 년케 그 로봇이나 인인기 공네 근데 발라 그랬다 저놈에 야고 요 말에 되네 다도 넘버 찍고 있는 산지 조티 건 리히잡이나 편도 자체 뭐 요래서 전화 시월에서 뭔가지한테 삼다 요 말했어
which says that it depends on the circumstances of the people that you encounter. For example, if there are people that are practitioners, followers of as Buddhists, as practitioners, and if you see them doing some wrong things, then you know there's room for a conversation. There's room to show them whatever they're doing is wrong. But it always should be based on compassion and kindness. If you do any kind of guidance and conversation with loving kindness and compassion, then you have not strayed away from the Boddhisattva way of life. But if you do it in anger and pride, like, okay, what's up? I mean, there's obviously it's wrong, and I'm right, and these guys, you're wrong kind of attitude, then you're sort of you're almost breaking your Bodhisattva vow, you're not becoming a Bodhisattva. But also you have to also know the circumstances, having the discriminating wisdom of where those individuals are. For example, if they're taking life, say them, you can have a conversation with them, they really don't know, but you say, well, taking an animal's life is wrong, so if there's room for conversation, then you have a conversation with deep compassion and kindness to these people who are taking their lives and try to explain your point of view. But sometimes he said you also have to know there are groups and individuals who are non-believers, like who don't believe in karma, who don't believe in reincarnation, or who don't believe in the way the Buddha way, Buddha's teachings. Then sometimes you try to explain to them that the actions are wrong can actually create more chaos, more suffering. There'd be antagonism and violence. So does that answer your question?
Well, so in a situation where having a conversation would create antagonism, what then?
What he's saying is that I think one has to have the wisdom or the understanding of your situation. If the situation, for example, in my own life, I'm just this off, not what Rinpoche taught, but the halal, or like the Muslims or some Christians believe that killing animal is okay because that's what they believe in the scriptures, their interpretation of the scriptures, right? So if I'm really saddened and I'm very offended or upset by the slaughterhouses and they're just killing these animals, or hunting, for example. There are some people who believe in the Christians believe they go hunting for fun. They don't think that is a sin or a wrong thing. And if I confront them, they may act violence against me. So I think Rinpoche is saying that one has to have develop some wisdom where you try to help others, but know where the situation is. But always do it with loving kindness and compassion. That's the most important thing.
That was your mother.
So shall we conclude?
Dedication prayer?
Yeah, short time.
Short
Yeah.
dedication?
Only one. What is Sheja Kunzi? Do you know Sheja Kunzi?
On page 70, short dedication prayer, 70 and 71. Just do English. By the virtues collected in the three times,
By myself and all sentients in Sara and Nirvana, by the innate virtue of all sentient beings to attain surpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment.
may the teachings of the great Khenpo
Shri, who is omniscient Lord of the Dhamma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, and contemplation and meditation. So we have a 2 hours break, right? We come back at
come back at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
And we'll have, there is lunch here, everybody welcome.
다 원에 초바 냠네 징게다 특바 첨부 그 가사 임받더라 고초버지 다 던데스차고 그랬더니 제비나 다 고초버지 용구요리.
Then we, as a Mahayana practitioner, we are able to truly not discriminate with anybody, to have this outreach irrespective of what kind of society, what kind of class of people, that we are able to reach to all. That is a true testament of a Mahayana practitioner.
어디 인도자네다 땅아도 되기 교정 몸에가 소이나 다때 장접선 그 랑란 따르탄도 직체 다 장접선 때 거두이냐 섬로 걸고서나 다랑 셈나 거두이냐 깨대야지 마토 파도 때는 곰자 냠내지 전고요 다 양는 양다.
So, like said earlier, he said that one has to constantly, it's very important, a constant basis, then one must contemplate and meditate on these virtues of the Bodhisattva way.
인도자네 semchen sudan suto inaya 다 semchen 탐지 마가 생야데 달로 자체모리 땡사보리 단다단달로 된리 깨토베 카고리 유행 마곰 이나야 semchen suto ina 코 나라다 찍바 대반 동케 나라다 찍바 동안 만도 봐 이섬네 된리 섬로도 녀파르도다 깨고요리.
So it is really essential. It is difficult for one to develop this idea of mother sentient beings, that means treating all sentient beings as your mother. It is difficult. But at the same time, one has to keep practicing to develop the bodhicitta. And the way to do is when you encounter other beings, other people, one realizes that this person has the same wishes that I have. This person wants to be free from suffering. This person wants happiness. So therefore, this will then enable you to really develop understanding and compassion.
어디 인도자네 다 촌냠내 증개제이나 근데 상제고요리 상제고는 초조 드바장하는 마도 상제야 답시 요마래.
So for one as a practitioner, one must attain enlightenment. That's the goal. And to achieve enlightenment, the way to achieve enlightenment is to abandon non-virtuous and to develop bodhicitta.
대인도전에다 상제야 그 탐람 약효때다 초조 드바장 인도전에 안에 다 김바탄사 라바탄 소박검사들의 라비이나 같은 거네 수수 소디리 코카브리 배 수수고 초리 근데 미지 그 초지 디세 남존도 만다와 만두베 남존들 때문에 람상고 소박공 거야 근데 닝게 공 거야 코나기 유를 말할 거요 디리 섬네 콩이 아마이 삼바 그 대화도 동안도 말해 삼바 다 된디 고민나 또 정말 놀라다 천하의 심주 이어지는 다 된디 고민나 제 두두 된디 고민이 두두 된디 고민나 근데 천하 그 셈데 니마지 배송전에 강의지 땅에 제 수수수 셈나나 컨트롤 먹고 봤더니 라잉 코나 and control 게 요이나 컨트롤 사야 매주지 찬도 요리.
So with diligent practice of patience and generosity, like the Pajaraparamita qualities, then if one is consistent in that effort, then one will come to a point. For example, in the beginning, when you meet adverse situations or people that you don't like, brings up emotional conflicts in you, but you practice patience, you practice generosity and loving kindness. And as you it gives you an opportunity. Actually, that's the teachings of the Bodhisattva way. It enhances your practice. It gives you an opportunity for you to excel in that pursuit. And eventually, you will reach that point, the tipping point, where if there comes a situation that can cause anger or hatred, you come to a point where it is totally mitigated. You become completely full of joy and happiness, and no more conflicting emotions of anger or hatred.
어떻게 니네 냠래 나로라 제고요리 어때니까 미마부지 섬었던 그리 따때 샤쇼 노조 체발게 요서 말이 추지 럽도 전에 에네 사하 권바 추조랑 마도지게 되네 제 디치로 동산의 추시라 냠래 마고번도 지 섬었던 거 요테네 대표도 논루리 추신인데 추수니 잡이랭라 다 랑게 셈 다 만지버지 고요리 너는 냠래 고마때 에네 랑게 셈 나로라 개와 드롭고 먹기고 빵고 삼바다 내가 토비 값서 에네 추 템바다 추기네동 템벌 때네 딜랑란 따르토버지 총이나 다다 사체 커서는고 제발 요말 추진 냠래 차도요리.
So therefore, does it seem to be a unique difference between East and West, whether somebody is living in the East or here in the West? It is the same in the sense that when the push comes to shove, it is at the point where you meet a circumstance presents itself for you to really practice patience and loving kindness, understanding. So those there's no difference whether you live in the East or in the West. It is not something that's contained in a temple or a Dharma center. It is omnipresent. This opportunity to practice the Bodhisattva way is omnipresent. It's 24 hours, 24/7. So where you are, you can always be able to do that practice. So that's very important to be cognizant.
투치트네 karma jongere pansam shache inyang jangatu ta muntuine parji sobat zondu tunzuma robsam richi ene rolling notice samshare.
No, so he said now we'll take a 15 minutes break. Okay, and then we'll come back and then he will briefly speak on some of the other perfections. And then and then we can have some time for questions, okay? And answers. Thank you.
He's funny too.
Very sweet. So true. That's what our culture, right? Christianity, go to church, they feel good, and then everybody.
It's true, you're like, even then you're...
Same here with temples and everywhere.
It's true, you're yelling at people in the parking lot. You said something very interesting, which was showing your father as like a people. Is that a common, is that an expression?
Not quite, but it's a good interpretation.
Yeah, what he said.
Yeah, so that's why sometimes, there's a practical issue about it. It's wonderful to have a temple and all that, but sometimes it gets so
the brocade.
Yeah, the bouquet, the whole area, the height, the thrones, and that, how it's carved and everything. Then they lose the whole, even with the bad history we have. Kaikyu Jingma fighting, Gilba fighting, stuff like any other.
That's interesting. We don't, I figured that would happen, but we don't
Yes.
ever see the doctrinal warfare.
We have to make a balance thing, and I think it's so important that, I'm glad he's teaching on that. Because sometimes I think like, like Mother Teresa's example, my goodness, talk about having kind of altruism, working with lepers and living there and just that kind of work. And I feel like the monks and nuns, especially like in India.
No, you go to India and they're taking care of the people in the streets with their sores and their...
And our nuns and all, they don't do that much work. And I think that's one thing I think people are really having more conversation about that. Yeah, because Tibet was just got carried away. And the Dalai Lama, when he goes down, he just wears a simple, cotton robes and no bouquet, nothing. It's just his message is it's everything to do with the mind. So the learning centers right there, people learning, translating, and the language, and curriculum, and all the syllabus, and those are very, very important. Utmost important. Not the number of monks or nuns, but the quality.
Yeah, and definitely I mean, there's so many important things that are not translated into English. If at any time in my life I have enough time, I'm like be studying for years because it's that complicated. And when you're reading something like the Jewel Ornament of Liberation, it lays out all of the sources, and so there's all these sources that see an interesting thing, but I can't look it up because I've never even heard of it.
One thing, I mean, all my life, and it could be like, I know I can tell that my life I have wasted it, but I wish I had more quality time to really,
I feel like my lack of achievement this lifetime is remarkable compared to what the fortune that I've had to encounter these things, and the learning it's easier for me than spend. But I feel like I'm not living up to my potential.
Well, see, that's a great realization actually. That as long as you have that, it makes you're coming here, you're part of the Sangha, we all need that outside society, and then to knowing that, and then it makes you more to, go deeper.
Yes, Khenpo's very good at, and I really like that you really have to pay attention to what you're doing. And he's like bringing us back to, basically my worst behavior is, that's my big, I need to look at that. I need to look at my worst behavior because that's the opposite of bodhicitta, and it's not going to happen if I don't get rid of it.
You're absolutely right. I'm getting better, but in my job, driving a truck, once in a while you go, oh God, okay, like, oh, somebody's like, he comes in front of you, so.
Oh no, I'm I'm kind of an aggressive driver, and I'm an aggressive pedestrian, and I walk really fast. So, yeah, I think that's it. It's like, you have to remember you're affecting people all the time, not just the people that you think you're affecting.
And I think the most wonderful thing is that you develop, that you get less irritated or angry,
Yeah. Yeah. You can do it.
chọc da. Tôi ăn nó thúi mà, ở trên không chịu mà anh không để lên, anh biết không?
Many people are saying not I went, I got drinking.
Tôi biết tôi để ra. Ba tôi thiệt, có chừng bé nè.
Nothing. Then one time I said, oh, I feel anything in you. So the energy exists, but it's me, doesn't it? So all this time, this energy existed, but I didn't. So you send it, I send it on my own. I need it on me.
I'm gonna ask the question. Khenpo. He's not a Khenpo, he's on with so many needy things coming across our doorstep, mail, how does one meditate on it, decide what to do?
No, I did for a while, many places. Then suddenly I realized one place I was doing for police, it was a scam. And I stopped them. I stopped everything. My husband pays.
My mother told me to stop
And
it.
I stopped everything. Whoever calls me, I say, take us out from the list. My husband
I don't
pays
answer my phone.
But I thought since I come here, since I'm coming to some college, I take directly and I know where to go. I know,
That's a good point.
and I have seen, because I know the cook at her, that I will pay the money or even churches
For
or
care.
Yeah,
How much care?
I don't give, I mean, maybe it works, but I don't give.
And Habitat for Humanity didn't review that.
I don't know, but I told myself, maybe I should, but I told myself, I play where I see, where I go.
Close to me.
Yeah, those are what I signed, or I signed on for I know the money goes there, I know, I trust. So that's then I go to the police association and I find out it's a scam. And they still call me with different voices.
Yes, you have to, not answer your phone.
I was not answering, but I was so many phone calls, so now I just pick up, I say, take me out from this.
And then they gather that.
No, I say, yeah, when they start talking, this, at least I'm out from this, I hope.
We get so many calls and the message says, what, we wait for someone to leave a message. And the message is, that no one ever leaves a message. Because it's like, we get a lot of unavailable calls. Private call, get that a lot. We want to check.
I want to buy this or something.
What, your checks? What did you want to buy?
That's okay, next month.
refuge.
to refuge.
Yes.
Page Page 9. In the Buddha, the Dharma,
In the supreme heavenly, take refuge in the enlightenment through the merit of practicing generosity and so on. May I attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings.
in
May
the
all
Buddha,
the
the
Dharma
Dharma,
and the
supreme
Dhamma
assembly, I take refuge until I attain enlightenment.
through the merit of practicing generosity and so on. May I attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings.
Sangye,
Sudan Choyi Sonam La Chanjo Badu Dane Kyapsu Che Dage Jizu Jimbe Sonam Je Drola Benje Sanje Droba Sho. 다 만화속에 추념래 조지고야게 미유대야고 신고요리 아 벤난 조섬세게 사체 지부직라 미유 된대직을 하코네드네 사체텔란 로년초 에네 텐데 로년 초벌드네 사체도 랩토야 텐데 연구요리 텐두 다 초케 드롭고야 미용 오마데 신구요리.
So therefore, it is really important to understand the true aim, the goal of your practice, the purpose of your practice. To realize the true aim and the goal is very important.
텐두 다 망보지게야 추 냠래 제야 도바요바시 추 대바요바 이지요바 텐데 요르테 추 냠래 지당당 추 오네 잔다르 지고두 징예만도 봐요죠 텐데 요레.
So there are many that aspire to practice. They in fact have devotion and faith in the Dharma, but when it really comes down to the actual practice itself, then they lack the method and the motivation.
텐두 땅 하나 속에 귤라 때네 동할 때 텐두 동할 때다 네바더리 맞아 네바 맞아 쿠르베 나게 네바트 차요리 텐두 전에 디 나차 데이터 가래남나 도차 셰다 데모 좀들이 텐디 나차 셰다 데모 좀데 다 나차 에네 치휴 들이 텐두 다트 매바 소약 답히랑 아주 추장들지네 냠래지고야 좀 저저들이.
So really it comes down to the fact that the three poisons, the greed, anger, laziness, these are the root causes of samsaric suffering. It's like having an illness. So therefore our goal in the practice is to mitigate these three poisons to achieve liberation.
텐두 텐드게 나차테 다 조야라 맨데 산지기 추들이 지두 산지기 추데 냠내 지네 장다르 지네 토섬 지네 장다르 지네 마토 추라 소르바 따바타 대바지바 지구케 도샤시나 때모somte 메바소토 그마레.
So therefore it is very important to realize the cure to this illness, the cure, the medicine to this ailment is the Buddha Dharma. That's a fact. But just praying to the Dharma is not enough. One must really understand, analyze the Dharma to gain fruition in the practice.
제당가당에 개체휴드 가레슬라비나 초라 빼지 야보 nye 빼자 마부 휴 제당 왕한다 된저 짜침부 휴지 레데 빼지 냠네 진에 빼자 냠네 장달 마지비나 왕게 펜도 요디요드네 디간펜 토토비오 말이.
So it is important to realize, I share with you, yes, it is beneficial in some way to receive abhishekas, empowerments, but it is more important to learn on a consistent level, to study and learn and contemplate on the Dharma teachings. That is very important to have great fruition in the transmission of the empowerments.
빼지 샤미나 루불은 나자 요위나 나자 자구 요리 작은 도우삼네 매 마자비나 양나 코베나로 땡기 나자들이 요나 샤초 마기비나 나자다 자야 탑히때니 요마리 매 마자 샤초 마기비나 나자 자그 말이 자야 탑히 요마리 다가나기 도차 셰도 때모좀 그 동안때 자고나 추데 장다리 지네 냠내 마기지 파르도 왕휴바타 대바치바타 소바타베고네 데메바소토 그 말이.
So I again reiterate that faith and prayer is not sufficient. For example, and getting just empowerments is not sufficient to progress on the path. I give you an example. If one is afflicted with an illness, that illness requires taking medicine. If one does not take that medicine, then that person will not be free from that illness. Or if one has a tumor and has to receive surgery to eliminate that tumor, if one does not do that, then one is not free from that suffering. So therefore, it is very important to understand that prayers and devotion and faith and receiving just empowerments is not sufficient. One must really, truly actually take the medicine. And that taking the medicine means getting engaged in the study and analytical comprehension of the Buddha Dharma.
오다 테네섬로 따네 따타나가나서 델타비나 초초페 야보 추치사 다나 이 라마마보 에네 준데 흉겐 켐보 요리 과급데 셈네 다지 빼치 빼쳤던 소지게 시체기 다 빼쳐 람레다 근데 엄마 파킹 빼쳐도 야보 어찌 장네 인티 제일 곰냠네 두수 요빈이 제 제외나 원에 자네게 카요 라요게 편도 요버제다 근데 섬제 뭐뭐 통도 토비야 수수 지고요야 근데 추냠네 기네 안에 버기다 도샤 시단 때문에 좀 빵위나 tene natsa te lanya yungya yo mare docha shina te mo son pang tsarwi je la yangcha le ungya yo mare pena luji natsa ina daba je chawi ne ya ti je la yangcha le ungya tin yo ro wa.
So therefore, for example, this Dharma center is wonderful, it's beautiful. You have had the opportunities to receive many teachers. You have a wonderful resident teacher. So in other words, we have the opportunity to participate and learn and practice. But for example, if you have physical illnesses of the body, it could be cured for one time, but it could come back, or it could reoccur. But the ultimate fruition of the practicing of the Buddha Dharma is one is able to mitigate and permanently eradicate the three poisons of anger, hatred, and laziness. So these poisons are permanently mitigated through the practice.
오다데 섬로 땅네 에네 초냠레 지구요리 텐두 다 산지 좀 된데게 와란나슬라 추진 코로 담복고르두 에네 뎀바히 코르요리 덴이 모토 야보지 히네 장초비나 에네 초 카네지 냠레 지비나야 데네 돔데고 냠내 진년 줘봐. 림바 마노르바 뿌이다 고쳐요리. 대치네 산지게 denji 주진 콜로 꼬레 dendu denji 주진 콜로 됐다. 거기 땅 하나도 줄이 옆에 독솜제 꾸나라메 동하르테 담보 모두 치네. 인데니들이 송루와.
So for example, the Lord Buddha, after enlightenment, in Varanasi, he taught the Dharma, turned the wheel of the Dharma, and spoke the truths of the four noble truths. So it is really important to have in-depth understanding of the Four Noble Truths that turn your mind to the mitigation of suffering, the root causes of suffering, the getting rid of the three poisons. So earlier he said that when one is on this path, that even in a mundane existence, there's more harmony and peace. And then, of course, the ultimate benefit is to be free from the three poisons, which translates into being enlightened for the benefit of all beings.
어때 인도잖아다. 단다지게 배차 뭐부지게 다 인식이 나로라 저 살아버리. 된도 등소 빼야버리. 에네 켄보 수인의 마 치처 휴리아 수수게 다로 딱지지 심주지 간듯이 지금에 정말 양고에도 뺏겠지 뭐래. 녀야 지금 그게 편시라 또 말해.
So it is very important to understand it is not really enough to just come and listen and listen and listen. It is not enough to get teachings from Khenpo or teachers. But today, there are many great translations of the Buddha Dharma. So it is very important that one then goes further into the study and understanding and analysis of these of the Buddha Dharma teachings, and to really have a deep understanding of these, to deep study, so that you have deeper understanding of the teachings is very important.
어떻게 인도잖아요. 딱 가와서는 수수 샘때 수수 섬로 땅탕 수수 상황 요버지 인도잖아요. 에네 배나 추지 돈다도 참말로 막 킬로 소미는 샘나샤 칼라사비나 이라테 깨체 희기나 양고 샘때 상황 요도잖아요. 에네 저게 다 섬로 땅탕 저 라레디잖아요. 그 양차 텐초로 배치난데 요 따뜻 저게 녀랑래 따고 섬배 돌아
So you will really become excellent as a practitioner once you consistently train your intellect in the understanding and deeper analytical realization by studying the Dharma. Whether you're walking, eating, sleeping, whatever you're doing, you have the freedom of your mind. The mind, you have the control, you can control your mind, train your mind to be aware of the deeper understanding and significance of these teachings. If you consistently do that, then you will truly achieve fruition.
Pana Maninda Dandenge in a Kaduin Janko, Sam Tembo Yunya Chitori, Bandan Guru da Manitanzo, Amitabatanzo Dam Kapsutane, Combat Jagi Dam in a yang, Manete, Tope Wallet Zendoya Yanka Yomari, Kambe Wallet Zendoya Yanka Yomari, Semche Kumar, Kala Zagizaki Manadam in a yang, Kala da Nyamdo Kobina Jondoya, Tene Yanka Yomari, Semche Kumari. 어때네 진의 추념내 집이나 되는 모네 전에게 다치게 셈나로라 궁지 내버도 탭지 요버지다 탭 용량 요버지 차요리.
So I can assure you that you will experience the realization of your practice if you consistently be aware in your wherever you are of the practice. For example, the mantras of compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum Re, or Benza Guru, or just Guru Rinpoche mantra, or the Amitabha mantra, and wherever you are, it doesn't really cause any hindrances. Whatever you're doing, you can do these mantras. It then gives you the basis of equipoise of awareness of Boddhisattva ideals. And even when you're eating, it doesn't interfere. If you do some mantras, it does not interfere in your eating. So if you consistently do this, then you will truly experience fruition in your practice.
어떤 니마레레라 텐레치네 장다르치 구요레 테마도야 메마보치기 등사 지 왕라고 지다 에네 지 소원도 요디 미망보체 베친도다 지게 응원에베 샘케다 장다르치야게 냠낸 겁스드네 시라 로냐마로 고 깔레망보 자고 요르바 Then I want you to get a higi sem temper to the main today, sure. And that the chilam show you not dig up some tie usually some that is something Mabuyori. Then the Chona get Tama Soyate, Sem te Yarietan, the Sem can Nanola, Maron water, Dujas of Loncoin to Tama so Mato Parto, and a San Jaya never touch it.
So I can assure you, there is no liberation or Buddhahood if one is not able to rid and the defilements of your mind, speech, and body in your mind. There are many instances where people will go and rush to get empowerments. So it's an easy thing, the crowd mentality, the herd mentality. You go and get this empowerments among hundreds of people. You can chit chat and you can push and shove, and you're distracted. It's easy. You don't have to make any effort to gain equipoise, or to discipline, to have true intention and effort in your practice. You're just part of the crowd. Then that's a great mistake. But rather, it is for true fruition, one must have discipline and consistent effort.
어떤 데에 섬노다네다 저기 초 장달지야라 에는 둠바야고체 때네 초 토섬야고체 디지를 곰냠나야고치고야 됐다 개침보 때네 저기 조오게 나초 히체게 따롭던 소다 에는 람름바신도야 장과야 개침보 쇼제 때마다 등산 미트도야 저게 다기 콘티슈브나 이 장달시라 마고치 왕슈는 타르바토야 유반로다 근데 디나로라다도 제 착션 적션도 제 니마카히 고미 좀 살때네 엔 다바징이 제를 뺐다 산지 고마토노에 지금 섬었다 디 누버시라 마통송도잖아 되네 지야 다 용사 말에서 섬효차 어다 든조 용구요래 든조 수수 논추당 수수 나초 장마시바 디왕그 용구요로와
So the minefields or the pitfalls that one can talk on the path is that, as I said earlier, many are attracted and drawn to such vocabularies as Mahamudra and Mahaati and all the higher stages of the Bhumi achievement, and people have drawn to this. Like you said earlier, on the herd mentality of getting empowerments, and yes, if I get empowerments, then I practice for 2-3 weeks, 2-3 months, I'm going to get enlightened. I'm going to achieve enlightenment. And then what happens is that even if they do that after 2-3 months, there's no result. So when there's no result, they don't have achieved anything, then they're discouraged, they abandon their practice. So these are mine pitfalls and mines along the way, and so I would really want to stress that for you. Rather, it is very, very important to have said earlier to be able to have the power of proper listening, proper absorption, understanding, and proper meditation. Based on the Bodhisattva ways, and that is of utmost importance.
What in those Namju Yonda Shunu Nanola Peshangdu Sanje Membata Chu Me Then a Gindu Neo Tabi Yisungori Conjo Sumbote Jamne Yinkoyate, Nazo Robachinge, Jamone, that Dungale Junkente, Sanje Membatabri. 디기송 비추테 메리 에네 겐두테 네오타브리 다 디솜 로봇 제비나 에네 나도 네바타비나테 나차 차그로와 멤바테 메사 네오 중케요나 네바테 나차 차요리 어데나 이 산제기 추 멘타브테 때 겐두기 네오타브 제글 말 람통 치용도 등아도 냠내 지나테네 산제기 콤파 동아 참말 탈바테 용구요리
So how do we, when we take refuge in the three jewels, the Buddha's is like the doctor, and then his teaching is the medicine. The Sangha is like the nurse, is the steward who look after the patients. So this is how we are pulled from samsara. This is like what the three jewel means, help us to liberate ourselves from samsara.
What are the rest of not done? It did yella, that better Yavojan, Yamna Yavochevina, the Nesangak Cho, Chakja Chimbo. And then Judith and the Yavo 냠내 지면 되는 거네 좋아 요바지다 안에 지게 셈나로라다 지 만다베 출발되어 요 누바지 때문에 통그리
I assure you, you will discover the innate quality of your mind. There'll be a true kind of a sense of realization and equipoise in your practice once you truly have the understanding and the weight of the knowledge of the refuge, the meaning of what he said, and then respecting the gradual path, the gradual path towards receiving the higher empowerments, starting from, like he said earlier, for example, the foundation practice. All this practice is really important, and to enhance bodhicitta. So then you will come to a point. Earlier than that, he said that through, again, understanding and really analyzing and absorbing the teachings completely is so much helpful when it comes later in your practice.
What are the chinteneta? Chunyamne chitanda water turtuzums. Shuberita chitango tuzutan chidusian, mambota, jandarchia yortane, tuzuji to teneta, Tana Nimbate, Sutem Dreta, Jimbeko Husimari, and Nimbateta, Sutem Collari.
So this is sort of in brief that I'm happy to share with you today. Of course, to the constraints of time, we cannot go deeper and elaborate on the different aspects of the subject. But now we are talking about the perfection of morality, Sutum.
What that Sutum's love to Sane, so te Miki Chupaya and a sort joba, Majiba Lamba, a lawyer, Zun Chama Sixo, what that and Jake, Namsam Namson Loktata Jebe, Miki Chupaya della, that Sutum Chariori.
So part of the Sutum or the morality is to abandon the 10 non-virtues, the aspects such as killing, stealing, etc.
What he does on that tea, Mikiva Chupa, Pane, Penatan, give a just so drop Kuyori, the Pechi Shavina. So Juba tepa Panko, your Sochuk Lekatanzo, Pane, then some Chen Hiela, and a so Chayak Nyanka Yoba, Setar Dayat, Sochuk lady, Gavarite. Dana yi Majiba Lamba to Papane, Kojayak Lekat Papane, Susuki Gavakadogusana, Jimbata Tanguyori.
So for example, killing, taking life, obviously to abandon that is to free life. We call it Setar. In Tibet and all, they free a lot of lives. And that's an act against creating from non-virtues to virtues. Same thing with stealing. So you give, you practice generosity. You give, charity.
What at the Zuke, ta Sutem Sunya della Chambatan, Hini Yabos Kuyori. That Chambatembo Kuyori, Chambatembo Slabu, Susu, Shogia Lama Nes on data, Chike, Geva Chindu, the Megi Chindu Yane and Tashi Chiate, that Sutem Yatawaji Chayori. The Megi Chinduna, Lamsante Papa, and the Megi Jul Somlogi Dansomina, or that three. Pena Michik Gokotango Sambadovata and then Naraki Tonda Jogo Sambatinism Yungdana, Lamasapan Guyuri. And the Champagne Le Chico, Cho Jandar Chico Sambayuna, go give a chori. Rank cat of some living duna, then make a chori. What in do so Panguyuri.
So further, Sudham, or the sense of morality is even in your daily lives. For example, one morning you just get up and sort of you find yourself conniving and telling yourself, how am I going to now cheat this person or trick this person to fulfill my wish? Then right away you counter that, you realize that, and then you turn it around and you abandon that idea. So that's what we're talking about, the 10 virtues and 10 virtues. So this is a constant, what we call it, to be cognizant of that on a constant level.
어떠하나이 심chen 현다 추점도 메덴바 에네 메키 주장상치 된게 던줄라 에네 지게 랑도르기네 때네 추점 송도 규위나 네 심chen 동지 그 추점 대양 추점 차디요리 어 던조기 되라 배송지 구요리.
So also one must make effort when you see and hear non-virtuous deeds are being done by others to turn them around. One must make the effort to do that.
다다가나 이 에네 다 소바들이 숨바데 소바리 다 소바데 배 개치 뭐 쉬우지 맞어 강에 체휴로다 소바 고미야데 개치 휴차요리 잠블레 지용 가는 직 삼로 따미나야 소바 고미도네 녀라 용구요리 망토 용구요리 투생 용구요리 텐두 다 소바데 게이나리 게리나 참아로라 다 개치 뭐 쉬우지 차요리.
So the next is the perfection of patience, or sopa. So this is really most important. It is through the lack of patience that there's wars, chaos from both on an individual basis and as a society.
어때 인도잖아다. 조우게 가서 소바곰사테 다 자들이 바로 버다. 다들 소바곰고리 슬라고요. 초를 노버징게서나 달 소바곰고요.
So the object of our patience, the most important object of our patience is our enemies, so-called enemies. We say, may my enemies, you think of the benefit of your enemies first. Or that's the most important object.
다들 소바곰도 점생이요리. 제가 가래람나 콘로 상경게 밑에 초 수술을 노버지용게 밑에 코나나 카요 머리. 가르잖아. 그 줄요베 해당티게 그도 맞추는 꾸용고요리. 된도 코라마 요 머리 해당 컨티도요리. 되네 이미 점생 제가 님버데 수수 초케 랭케 안에 장초 심바 이 라비아 장초 심 냠내 칭게 ngo네 된제게 이미 점생되는 소바도 공고요리. 된도 라다 현인자 삼로다. 다동들이 자체 삼로다위나 철노버지용게 밑에 수수제반데 마이나 오망오마제 아마리. 어떤데 지네 다 소바공고요리.
So how we can enhance the practice of patience is to realize the person that may be the person who hates you. You have to realize that that person has not much control. That person may be truly led by his anger, consumed by the anger, and therefore is led by the anger. He has no control. But you have control. You're a Boddhisattva. And the way of the Boddhisattva then you have to visualize that that person actually has been your mother in one lifetime or the other. And that person deserves that respect. And that, earlier said, like I earlier said, or loving kindness and your patience.
어때 인도자네다 아 zornobo chingen yobina ngone samlo yobo tamina te dramare te chore robo chingere ato nyamlen la chaya soba gom chunghen tate chu nyamlen chial pento yonggen jeri mato te drangoma mare drangoma te kawa yorlamna ene rang ke simjul yore dosha sheta temo somte drangoma re ngana.
So, is the person who's causing you harm or going to cause you harm is the enemy? No, he's not the enemy. In fact, that person is your true teacher. Why? Because the real enemy is the three poisons that is within you. So, in this instance, this person who is harming you or hate you or want to cause you harm is your best teacher, because it is going to teach you how to mitigate the three poisons, the real enemies. That is the three poisons that is within you.
What in do that dang momate and ranke simjuli yobe dosum butri that de Sanji Chumden deke Tselaya Dajon Bas Labiori, Sanji Kinsela.
So, in other words, the true enemies, the real enemies, are the three poisons. Okay, that's within you. So, another name of the Lord Sakyamuni Buddha is the Great Conqueror. What the Great Conqueror? The conqueror of the three poisons.
Cheda Tindi Date Sanji ke Konanke Mintube da mi Mambochi si Tenesanji Sonjo Dona Maride. Dang Momade, Dosha Shetan Temuzon Tinsan, the Mebasone, Sanji Vinsan, da Jombas, da Jomslu, the Mebasone, Tarsonjo, the Pawum Moma. Tinsan Hero Lando, what that Momade Sanji Chariori.
So, again, the true heroes, we talk about hero. The true hero today is Lord Buddha. The great conqueror, not some conqueror of some other domain, but the true conqueror is the conqueror of the true enemy, which is the three poison. So having vanquished and completely mitigated the three poisons, the Lord Buddha then is known as the great conqueror.
What in do that and not to drown Omare Lagoyate Careslamna. Penan Chitembe da meek down the Wishina. The Nanats of the sword kisomina cooked so nobagine, see somina ya. That's in the case so chibuki mato. Kuzibi Jumzen de Nazo, Nesonia Ida Tonunanola, you took Gamare cook, the Dratike. Teneinza the Drated Dangoma Mare. Then Dosha Sheda Temozomke Dangoma in Jumzen Karsana Tanda Pardungazo, Ta Cabrenya, Cabrera, Cabretono, Cabre Minjik Tendigala, Tam Corbe Nanola, Yogrua. Keza Dangoma Dige, Dosha Sheda Temozomke, Shaman Shorvina. And then Yave Nanol Yogri, Tundu Nanol Pengre, Yeda Nanol Jivalendori. Parobo Datige, Mishenda da Kasu Yuvina, Tinyava the Yeda Nanol Togumare, Kandes Jevina. Tendu, Drang Momate, Tandosha Shidan Temosontri.
So, as I said earlier, the real enemy is the three poisons: anger, hatred, jealousy, the three poisons. So that is the real enemy. the enemy, the mortal enemy, even if that enemy kills you, it's not the real enemy, because they cannot send you to hell realms or the spirit realm or the animal realm. Even if you lose your life, the person who took your life cannot have no power, ability to send you back into the samsaric existence. But the one that has pegged us to the samsaric existence from time, many lifetimes in the past till now, is the root cause is the three poison. So that is the true enemy, the real enemy.
Oda tene samla tane, ta soba gomthang ro tene samla tane, gomgo yore, tindu tsane, ta temazi, ta dongche chu drobe kapsu, tene tsawe kange, chame kange yona, oda chu yagwe chi chanso na nga de kange de chung chung re samla soba gomba.
So again, when you practice, when you talk about patience, it is in that kind of mindset, then one is able to progress. Say, for example, even in your practice, say in the circumstances of your practice, you suffer, you have pains and you suffer from cold or heat. But if mentally, if you understand that actually this physical suffering is nothing compared to the three poisons. So again, that's part of the practice of perfection of patience. Patience with your own suffering, ailments or physical discomfort.
Oda tene chine soba gomthang ro ta durdu nang ken durdu ro sri ta yeba ngozo tuzu medu shoto ya yomare.
So this is really very much in brief, some on patience due to lack of time.
Tene ta di jela ta zunru tiri. Zunru slab tu tsane ta jeke chu drobe kapsu tete ga hin drobe ngane chu nyamle chiya. Tele zunru slab kiri. Tema to jeke sem nang lo la nyob de jo je chi lu lu gom ja de jo je yobi na te zunru do lab kamare. Sem nang lo la nyob ne pecha ta le deblok di bina ya sem na nyob sa tu zunru la kamare. Zunru sinye de gewe le la troba ta demba. Ta de ngone je ngara sonam ta wang ta so de yin samme kala. Tena talba de tamjin jibe koma do ji yin samne gewe ngal beson chiba. Ta nyamlen yobi na tela zunru slab yori.
So when you talk about the perfection of energy or tsundu, it is very important to understand that it is the experience in a platform of being content, being joyful when you're practicing, not when you're despondent or distracted.
What do ta zundu yobi na yonten tsame ke tsawate ta zundu cha yori. Zundu yabo yonke mis yobena ene ta cho tsama drop tumke drop tobya. O tene cha yori. Kahe je nima ni som je la yang lang ro ya. Nyamne chi ma tob denke. Tene ina zundu mi be tare. O tene du zundu sinyende ta du jundu koya. Jundu yobatala gewe lela troba kahin trobe ngalan juya o tene jigla zundu la yori.
So the perfection of energy is defined as something on a constant on a effort, a energy of consistency on a constant level, not erratic, not doing for a few days, few things, and then stopping. But one has to have the constancy It's a very important virtue.
Is this another way of saying diligence or perseverance?
Yes, I would say that, yes. Mhm.
Most of the time we see this written out, it's labeled as
Is it-
perfection of
yeah.
diligence or perseverance. So
Exactly, yeah, yeah. It's like a constant effort, consistency.
어디 기대네 다 삼텐들이 다 삼텐 럽도 전에 가서 남주 다 신에 샘히신네와 삼바 템보치네 다 곰야 어디 거들이 대인주 전에 저게 제직도 샤베 껍서 되는 직샘 칠레 인조바탕 나라 고운도야 그래서 칠 고바다 나라 쟁도야 뭐이봐 친구니 빵바 다 쟁럽도 에네 셈나라 템네 레카시라 마지네 남시 저 미번도 지간 샤디비나야 세우시라 매죠 진이 콩도데 저노 차이나 쟁와스라비오리 근데 저게 다 셈데 루 곰잡네 셈데 카사 칼라 근데 저게 junor penjol kanchang samlota topta kwasa janchang samlota mengda nyanda janchang samlota mina sem gondo bari chiro shondo ba otindu dinni pangne tene jike chamba ningji chancho sem khariga yedamje sa khariga shavina digan pet tembo jinne tobina tela something else love yori.
So something is the next perfection, meditation, perfection of meditation. And in a gist, it is time. We have times where the mind, when you're meditating, there's no clarity. There's kind of a dumbness. There's kind of a veil of membrane, kind of opaqueness. Then it's to see clarity in one's practice. The other is when one is completely the mind wanders like a wild storm. I mean, here and there, everywhere. You, instead of the pinpointed meditation on a certain particular deity, having insight into that experience, your mind is completely, even though you are there meditating, your mind is completely thinking about your business or how to make money, all the other things that you should not be thinking about. So that is, something is to be free from those, that kind of disposition.
어때 인도다 내 샘간라다 담봉어도 곰 잡아다 용그 말에데 간다지 니마레 냠네 티스티스타 까마쫑쫑쫑쫑 때 곰톱이나 something kan lebya yore something leb servi shugleya ene lute namju ta manda ba yambo semte namju ta manda ba lobjong kharchi ne hele lawo sem tembo yorwa nyomo ba hyama to mayin sonde chane ene temba tseje do nevi jom sen tene ene ko sem tembo cha yore temato tanda ngazo jenna petin do ji hyuga bina ya semte tembo mi sondu 개개전 춘예미나야 샘테 라마미베 치로제 효선도야 체카히 치로야 카히 고마토비야 어때 샘이행위왕 용요리 something maybe 다르도.
So we know when one has received the perfection of meditation or something is when one's mind is tamed. That's the main thing. It's not wandering everywhere. That it is stable in the practice of a particular, say for example, a particular deity. So these are instances of the perfection of meditation. And then it's just, even for like 15 minutes, every day, if you spend 15 minutes in real practice, then there's definitely, gradually you will achieve the perfection. And when you achieve the perfection of meditation, the signs are very obvious. you will feel better. Your health, your energy is, wonderful. Your mind, your absorption of the teachings, say, your study, your concentration, your teaching, receiving teachings from the lamas or books is much, much more enhanced. So these are signs of the accomplishment of meditation.
Wata tande jitu samne ke chimbu chibu jit zo ke chishu na chihu ta jina sanje ke chu khandi je ina jang mago ye je ta ane nyamne chi mago ba kan je yo mare ti jumse karsana ngana su ju le ya ta nyomo mambo shibu ji yodu tinde nyomo rere panji la sanje chu tsek re yung yo re tindu tsama nyamle ma jiwina yung yo mar cheda sanje ken donga tsama lola kansa jen sanje yak tonda la tsam sha jori tindu kashi gowa kashi mogowa ta keche wa kashi ke chongwa ke ke jo mare remba hindu soina tsama lola da nyamlen tar chimba chadi yori tindu tsane 다 파르진 두고 참말로라 다 개치 뭐 쉬우지 쟁미는 쟁 마용이야 차디요 tindu 참마 개치 뭐 차상들이 수점 여보 미위나 소바 용구요 말에 소바 미위나 존들리고 말에 존들 말에 있는 삼태 용구 말에 삼태미는 혈압 자원이는 용구 말에 진짜 참마 개치 뭐 차고이 좀 쓰들이.
So when I say that the perfections are all important, of course something is extremely important, but that is not to say that the teachings of Lord Buddha, every word is unimportant. Every word is important because it is to eradicate the three poisons. It is to enable us to achieve enlightenment. But all of the Buddha's teachings are important, and every 6 perfections are important. It is said very clearly that Zopa is dependent on like the perfection of patience, energy. They're all without patience, and without energy, without meditation. Then there's no wisdom. So all of these criteria are very, very important, or equally important.
What do you do? That is sharab. 다 혈압 생년데 간데스 고글람나 에네 추 참마 상에 예와 마노르와 하 공케 예와 지 톰케 찍라 혈압 슬럽요리 어딘이 인도잖네 저게 지템비 값이 나다 미지 깨져 시비나야 다 바로 복삼로 땅상라 되네 수수 깨져 간데스 희고요미 대하 고와 대하 마고위나 에네 야 바로 복하시 책 토자나 포언로야 마차나 뇽로야 다트네 마보 논주 용요로바 데네 다나이 에네 수수룽아 이좀케 레가 컨디스 지요나 데 게와린도 먹이버린도 딱지 람상치 도비야 데네 제 요비나 달라 셰랍슬럽 추참마 상에 예와 마노르반지 tum케들 노나 셰랍슬럽요리.
So now we come to the perfection of wisdom, and the perfection of wisdom in a profound way is to have the discriminating wisdom. And what that is for example, sharab in Tibetan means like having the ability to discriminate or to understand the audience or the subject. For example, depending on the subject or the audience, how I can disseminate the wisdom or the teachings. If I say something too high and mighty and lofty, high vocabulary, it'll go above their heads. If I say something really kind of not interesting, right, not with the right method, they'll get bored, they go to sleep. So that kind of discernment, that's wisdom, shira. That kind of, method, understanding? Discriminating awareness, right. Discriminating awareness, that's sharab. And so right away, for example, when one has that discriminating awareness, is to have the ability to have mind through both mind, speech, and body, to be right away to be able to have that discriminating awareness. So that's sharab.
어디 다 셔랍라 기타 나세 mambu 요리 이나다 또 참말로라 ndri ta tanda 쇼고는 두주요 말에 인도 다 자베게 저게 개총 컨디션나 개와 이나리 논주 이나리 수수 란톱 기고는 삼로다네 람산 예와 기 통케달라 에나 셔랍 체와 셔랍 덴바 다가나 이 배전 로직 따위나야 책마 로용배 값서 근데 즉 돈다 책니 좀 로위나야 돈다 mambo지 장이게 코나 학콘로야 될라 셔럽 녀르바 어떻게 용거 단도 참말로라 셔럽 장창리.
So today we cannot again elaborate more on this particular category of the perfection of wisdom due to lack of time. But like he said earlier, whether it's from the merit accumulated point of view or from the defilement or the mistake point of view, the ability to have this insight, great awareness of any subject matter is wisdom, sharab. So, therefore, for example, say you're reading the sutra, you're reading a particular sadhana, then the wisdom aspect is when, even when you hit one or two words, you have insight into the deeper meaning and deeper layers inside. So that's sharab.
어디에도 따지다 미카시야 고모만에 제반 셔랍이 뭐 장요비나 에나 저게 로니송으로 로종 지셔죠 등조 단다 섬로 땅이나 남상 채용이야데 셔랍 뮤로요베 다리 카시 카상 장이나야 드림템바 진로야데 셔랍 뮤로미베 다리 셔랍 메베 다리 지다도 장마도 비종래 다 셔럽 선년된 것도 셔바들이 다때 장다를 지네 에나 르마힌도 콤버송이나 다 디모보데 상제노야 다 돈이 도위나 셔럽 그 도요레 남이 도야 돼야 셔럽 그 도요레 상제지 살려야 돼야 셔럽 그 거네 랩도 그 요레 딘두 상제 그 유를 요베 제다원 쳔비 이시에 더 진쳔비 이시에 신년데 셔럽 된 가서인 유류베 셔럽 때 자치를 땡 사브로 소미 좀 센데네 산지 이시에서니 많이 다셔줘와 인주는 알아서 유류베 남시 다가라리 다디 종지잖네 파빵 연행기 전做量用 어때라 산지 슬럽요다.
I'll try to translate that. Yishi is another dimension of sharab, wisdom. When you say the Buddha mind is nothing different from our own Buddha nature. So everything is pegged to the perfection of wisdom. The ultimate realization of the Buddha nature is pegged to the sharab, the perfection of wisdom. Some people will study for 2 years and I'm just giving an example, get a double PhD. In other words, some folks can study, man or woman can study for 2 years and they become the master of divinity. Is because of many lifetimes of accumulation of merit. Some folks can't even remember what they studied yesterday. Is because, again, the karmic imprints of your past lives. But everything is pegged to wisdom. even the ultimate realization to your progress on your path. So that's in a nutshell on the perfection of wisdom aspect.
What in the Zaneta? San Jes Laptu Sanskiti in all Buddha's Nieterwa. Buddha Laptu Zane, Sanskrit in the birth in yete, Sanve Tonda, Das in yete, Jebe Tondari. Tate Lupu Kejahi or Semki Kejahi. Semki Gulu Yuba Sayat Karsangalamna, Tozon the Parsan, Mebacha. Yeah, the Karjig Lamna, Chamni Chanjobs and Tony Tavalas of your hand so came. Semki Gulu Jebatala, and a Jes. That Tenini Tamina, then Mitila Suina Sanjiri.
So a person becomes Sangye or Buddha is, in a nutshell, Sang means purified, cleansed, cleaned off. Cleaned of what? The three poisons. Ge is filled with. It's filled with what? Filled with the wisdom of the Buddha, or the realization of the Buddha nature. It replaces the three poisons. So that's Sangye, that's Buddha.
What in it do Zane? Tangazo, that Chuji, Tondata Yabos Samlotan, and then Donna that Terengazo that Chuk some chick, Keshia Coca Rabate Shiraka Oshonso. She do that Rekunda, which that Zochiranzo, the Kokabia Windu, Kokab de Sam the Masho Vachine, and a Chu Jandar Yakuji. That Jandar looking at and Pecha Nye, Nyambatella, Tachichi, Shimjuchi, and the Laktarchiatella, that Jandar Labiori. What the Yakuji, that Chigoya package. The Chimina Jonathan Pano Chimuya. Tenteri. Tanapoti Tinzi Mambo Jigleta Chong-Sari, Chanlin Deva Tarbat Tamjibe Koma Top-Sari. What the Mado Jageta, Chu Yamne Chingayin, Dono Chinetane, Soba Rere Nirenro, Wan Rere Nireshu, Jandar Meji, Yamne Majivina, and a Tadon Yuring Bonkolina Sayare Mado, then a Yan Royak Kokab Kabori, what he induced on the Passion Yamne Yakochigoyate, package Mori.
So today, it gives me great joy to be with you briefly and to disseminate, share some teachings with you. And my fervent request is that each one of us continue to practice what he has recommended today, which is really truly beneficial, to really make a diligent effort to study, analyze, understand, and then put in practice. That is of utmost importance. And then you will absolutely be able to benefit all sentient beings, including yourself.
What do you do that? Cheshute, Jandar Chiateri. That range, not to do you in other Chuk Nima Mambo Chushi, Dolan Chia Yorte. That to Shira made to Tennessee, the Maumbalaya, Tanganatu Sama Chodori. And then dry you devastate, Tindu, Yanko, Chigi, Nanake, Mon Panto, Tobatan, Chushi Goya, Tendi, Tabatenet in the Yovina, and Natachi Arena, you. This Rintonkazu de Mida Hamas, the Kanda di Vicabla, and Echaranzo Chavando with Tendita, Gajatia Yovina, Land Jaya, Land Puya, Tazoni, Beson Kando Shuginis.
So, from my side, I will always be there to assist you, to do whatever I can to answer your questions and to communicate with you, to support you in your understanding and your practice. I'm here now in the United States. I hope to be here. I'm not sure whether I'll be here long or short, but doesn't matter. We are actually very special. We are linked. We are connected in a very special way. We are in the Vajra brother and sister circle. We are linked because of our lineage, and therefore we are very close. So I'm there always to be there to support you in your practice.
어떻게 인도잖아요. 다 자외 단다 데랑 캐는 부지 삼도 효요리 제단처럼도 가도 인자다 배치 쉬야 엔 던조배 개첨보 쉬어지 개첨보 곰좀 냠내 지 마오버 제비나다 배치 야보지 마유이나 곰좀 냠내다 카보리 등삼미 마보지 배치 쉬어먹고 곰롭지 곰자야 마라 에나 샘강에 땡게들이 마보요리 강에 가든 게 대는 그 장주 춘의 마장만 찍을 때네 가마지 동면하지 매좀지 제대로 전에는 그 고명하게 요 말받아 나통 토마토 근데 우소 잡는 마보지 되네 디스 마데버드네 책으로 다 야고 장이네 얘기를 없어도 요 고명 요다 간리가 샤베는 줘야 이쪽에 요네 되네 샘도 공지 때문에 상제 누리 어떻게 들어 삼노다노시 투시.
So really thank you, and again, you are blessed to have Khenpo Samtup here. I encourage you to really execute his teachings, to study in deep and understand. Do not just sit somewhere and so-called meditate and kind of be blank. That is not meditation. When you have a deeper understanding through analytical means, through deeper meditation and reading, and then when you meditate, it is with clarity awareness. You will have clarity and equipoise. That is then you are becoming a Buddha. You're on the way to attain Buddhahood. So this is my request. Thank you.
다 두수대 상샤 다 되게 저거는 디스 제고 선생 다 두수 상사도 단데 자가 그 두수 말에 아리 두수 인도서는 그 두수 다 간로 그러 근데 제마 지나서 저버트는 가리요는 나라 게르토는 저 치효도 게 이미지네 레테기
Then Khenpo Molam says that we are here in America, and very important to respect time. So time is up. This is not Indian Standard Time. So he realizes that. But through email, through internet, and then we can still be connected. So be free to connect with him through email. If you have any questions, he'll be very happy. So he will eliminate the question and answer session because time is up.
오케이 도시. 되네. 가세. 이메티 맞아.
email 가리에서.
예, 이티고라 수고나.
Yes, he will give you the email.
오케이.
So we hope he will come back more often, right? Really?
오케이. Yes.
Yes.
I think so. This is not practice. Just reading. Yeah, visualize. I think so together. It's okay. Yeah, good. Okay, your short dedicate.
Sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, this one. I told you. 68.
68?
Yeah, and 270.
virtue may I achieve omniscience by defeating all enemies, confusion. May all who travel the ways of birth,
old age, sickness, and death cross the ocean of samsara. Bodhicitta, the excellent and precious mind, where it is unborn may it rise, where it is born may it not decline, but ever increase higher and higher. I pray that the Lama may have good health. Pray that the Lama have a long life. I pray that your Dharma activities spread and wide. I pray that I may not be separated from you.
As Manjushri, the warrior, realized the ultimate state.
And then I will follow the path by fully dedicate all pyramids of sentient beings. By the blessings of the Buddhas who attained the three kayas, by the blessings of the truth of the unchanging Dharma as such, by the blessings of indivisible Sangha order, may the merit I share bear fruit.
By the virtues collected in the three times, by
Self and object samsara, by the innate root of virtue, may I and all sentient beings quickly attain the surpassed pass of
meditating to the great tree Khenpo Ratnashri,
who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of the interdependent. Continue and think through the sati practice, contemplation and meditation of samsara. Mangalam.
Thank you.
Good job.